Hello, testing, testing. Okay, yeah, no problem. Testing, 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 testing. No problem.
Okay, well, it is 9:45. We did hear some promising sounds from those people trying to sort out the YouTube broadcast. Mr. Nelson, do you want to, or Mr. Usher, do you want to just advise whether we need to adjourn for any longer, or are we confident that we could start again now?
All seems to be working okay to start again now, please. Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you for sorting that.
No
that was
problem.
efficiently done. So I'll just pick up. I mean, I'm not going to go through the list of participants again. Okay, thank you. So I'm just getting confirmation from elsewhere that the broadcast is working. Okay, so we will resume now. I'm not going to go through the list of participants again. If anyone watching YouTube, well, didn't obviously hear that, I don't think so, but if they do wish to look at the list published on the agenda, it is accurate with the exception of Mr. David Clark is representing Chris Bowie and the residents groups, and Mr. Neil Westwick is representing Skirningham Estates. Chris Harris is not there. In other respects, the list of participants is as published, so I won't need to go through the introductions again. I was just saying before we start on the first agenda item, a reminder that the council responded to my action point 30, which was published yesterday, or on Monday, I think, with a map and a note explaining the green wedge and the rural gap designations around Great Burden, and we'll discuss those shortly under the second agenda item. Obviously, the rural gap designations also kind of relate to two of the major housing allocations in the plan, the Skirningham allocation to the north of Great Burden and the Great Burden housing site to the south. Okay, so that's that one. There's also an action point in my note, that action point 20, which relates to the green wedge at Blackwell Grange. The housing allocation, reference 403, I recommended that be not also designated as part of the green wedge. So that it would be just a housing allocation, and that but that the green wedge to the north of that would be extended in a sort of westerly and northerly direction, so that it corresponded to the extent of the urban area in the same way that the parkland designation does. But again, we can talk about that shortly. One other action point that I'll just probably mention as well that is relevant to the designation of the green wedge and the rural gap designations, insofar as the Skirningham site is concerned, action point 22, one of the bullet points states that the clarification ought to be provided to the approach to the provision and protection of green infrastructure on the Skirningham allocation and the rural gaps between the proposed development and the villages of Barnton and Great Burden. Again, because there seems to be a bit of ambiguity about the provision of and protection of green infrastructure and these rural gaps. So there are some sort of changes and further potential changes that may come along in relation to that. So that's the background. Be aware of that, and you can refer to that when we talk about the rural gap and the green wedge policies shortly. Right, before we get onto that, there's one other item on the agenda first, which is about the historic environment, and that's the policies ENV1 and ENV2, which I'm going to turn to shortly. But before I do, any procedural questions that anybody has before we start? Yes, Councillor Snedker, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Just seeking clarification, there was talk of preparing a revised plan for the Skirningham allocation in case the golf club relocation doesn't materialise. Now, my understanding was that this plan was due to be published on Monday. I couldn't see it in the record, so I was just seeking clarification from you, sir, if that plan has been produced and published, or is it due soon?
Right, okay. My action point note included a point about this. I'm looking for it now. I've got it before me. Yes, AP 23 asked for that plan to be accompanied with a note. I do understand, I think, that there is a plan that's been provided by Skirningham Estates and that the council has seen. I don't particularly mind if the council and Skirningham Estates are happy to be published now in advance of the full response to my action point. I'm happy for that to be done. Equally, if the council think it would be better to wait and for a note to be produced alongside it, which is what I suggested in AP 23, and I did set a deadline for Friday the 2nd of July to respond to that, along with the other action points. So I'll just hand over to the council actually on that, because if they're happy, I didn't want a plan to be published that there was going to cause some sort of confusion and lack of sort of explanation with it. So I didn't necessarily get to publishing.
Indeed, the thought was whether it would inform. Oh, sorry, I just wondered whether the publication of that plan would inform discussion about green space and loss of open space and biodiversity. So that's why I was seeking clarification. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, understood, I suppose. OK, right, Mr. Hand, did you want to just respond to that? Oh, sorry, Mr. Rusher.
Sorry, sir. Yes. I think we would prefer to have further time to review the plan and publish it as part of our response to the action point as you requested on the 2nd of July. You know, obviously we've been in the hearing session, so on and so forth. So, you know, just give us time to view it as a whole and look at it further in discussions with the site promoters. So I think that would be our preference if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Understood. I mean, there may be things arising from today when we have this discussion about the rural gaps again that may also be relevant, and there may be some further follow-up on that. So I think I understand that. So I think, I mean, insofar we're not talking specific. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Rusher. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's the thing. I think if we could look at it in the round once we've had the discussion today, so that we can, you know, fully understand all of the, rather than looking at sort of separate segments, I think it would help just to be able to have that opportunity next week to go through all of the following the discussions today as well. Yes, yeah.
Okay, right, okay, understood. I mean, we're not talking specifically about the Skirningham allocation and the Skirningham policy today. If I need to have a further discussion about that in the light of the council's response to my action point 22, 23, 24, but also any other action points that may arise following today, and also any further consideration, you know, I will hold that. I can have a further hearing session if I need to. So, yeah, that's the position. We'll have to wait for that plan to be published. Any other procedural questions before I move on to the first agenda item? I've got a hand up from David. It's Mr. Clark, is it?
Yes, that's right, sir. Yeah, my point was just to clarify what may be happening with the first homes. Would that be in the proposed adopted plan?
No, I'm not. We've moved on from first homes. We talked about that the other day, so I don't want to go back over that.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay. Right. Okay. So on to today's first agenda item, if we could, historic environment. There's two policies here I just want to refer to and see if anyone's got any comments about. First one is policy ENV1. This is quite a long policy, and it's been subject to some modifications proposed in DBC2, I think, that provided. The aim is for this to be, the council say, consistent with national policy. NPPF contains quite a lot of development management and other policies relating to heritage assets. I mean, I've explored through a number of questions whether there is any inconsistency. I don't think there's been any significant inconsistencies that have been identified, and there's been work with Historic England and the council to try and ensure that the policy ENV1 is consistent. I do always am a little wary of having, when you've got the NPPF with its fairly clear development. Well, there is a development management policy framework in the NPPF. So when plans have another set of lengthy development management proposals, policies, to read alongside it, it can sometimes cause confusion. So that's the reason I explored whether there is consistency or not. I think the amended version of Part A, in effect, repeats the NPPF wording, the general approach to designated heritage assets. And I suppose Historic England, I understand, are content with that. The council could just advise and confirm that's the case. I suppose that the question then is, well, you've got then a Part B that goes on and has even more policy relating to conservation areas, which is a particular form of designated heritage asset. There isn't an equivalent for, say, listed buildings. Don't know why it's needed for conservation areas, for example. Anyway, so I don't know, Mr. Usher, do you want to comment on that? Are there any outstanding concerns from Historic England? And do you want to just comment generally on that? Why having a whole section on conservation areas, but not, for example, listed buildings?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, Historic England have been involved in the preparation of the policy, and through the Statement of Common Ground, they have confirmed that the version subject to the proposed modifications in their eyes is sound and consistent with national policy, and they've raised no objections to the policy ENV1 on that basis. In terms of the conservation areas point, I think the listed buildings would be covered by Part A. I know obviously designated heritage assets include the other assets that are referred to, but I think our aim would be that, you know, conservation areas are slightly different and distinct from listed buildings. So to give that more specific, detailed criteria is just helpful and clearer for the development management process. The broader principles are established for listed buildings in the first part of the policy, and then conservation areas, archaeological sites, and the other elements that are referred to specifically. It's just adding that the specific characteristics that are relevant to those different types of assets, just to give that more clear, local, defined policy to be applied through the development management process.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at the Part A then. I mean, it seems to define a designated heritage asset as not including a conservation area. That can't be right, can it?
Yes, that's a good question, sir. No, it doesn't include it in the list, does it? No.
I mean, is the intention that, well, presumably Part A would apply to conservation areas, but then Part B applies as well? Is that, and it adds detail?
It does, sir, yes, yeah, I think that was the intention. So we could clarify that include reference to conservation areas within Part A as well.
Yeah, or you delete the bracket and you just have a definition of a designated heritage asset in the glossary, which I think you probably do have anyway, do you? I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head. Anyway, can I leave that as an action point to clarify?
Yes, we can look into that, sir, yes. Yeah.
But if that is the case, and Part A does apply to conservation areas, which I think it must do because they are designated heritage assets, then you have to read Part B alongside it, and you're saying that because of the nature of conservation areas, i.e. they're a broad area that they encompass, you know, specific buildings of heritage value, but also open spaces, and as a whole, it's about their character and appearance. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can make it clearer the link between the two sections. That's something we can look at. Yes, no problem.
Okay, right. Okay, nothing else about policy ENV1, but I'll just ask you about the ENV2 before I open it up to see if anyone else has got any comments. So ENV2 is about the Stockton and Darlington Railway. This is also referred to in relation to a number of specific allocations where there's a particular requirement, and we've already referred to a couple of those. So I don't need to deal with that. That's picked up. So reading ENV2 again, just before I started today. So it's about protecting its significance, conserving and enhancing its significance, which is understood, it being an historic heritage asset. And then there's about supporting proposals which, you know, to achieve certain things, including visitor attraction. I noticed in paragraph 9.2.5, it refers to a long-term aspiration to create a walking and cycling route along the full route of the railway, including the part within Darlington. And I think that this was referred to in relation to the Greater Faverdale site yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
I suppose the question is policy ENV2 meant to encompass that proposal, that aspiration to create as a walking and cycling route, when it talks about it as a visitor attraction? I mean, it's a bit cryptic if it does. It talks about a legible route as well, but again, in part 2 of the policy. But again, is that legible route a railway route, or is it a walking and cycling route?
I think the intention is that is a walking and cycling route, but I do take your point that the policy is somewhat vague in that regard. So, you know, we could look to make it specifically refer to walking and cycling within that second paragraph.
That's what legible route means, is it?
It is, yes, yes.
I mean, legible in the sense that it's understandable in terms of the historic significance of the railway route.
Of where the route originally was located, yes, the route of the original railway, yes, yeah.
But now it would be legible in the sense that it would be accessible by walkers and cyclists, and they could understand, they could use it as a recreational route or as a transport route, I suppose. But also it would be done in a way that would make its historic value recognisable and legible. That's the
absolutely,
what this is about.
Yes, that's okay. The purpose. Well, yes,
yeah. So maybe that just needs a little bit of clarification. Just the walking and cycling access issue. Yeah. I mean, are any parts of it accessible at the moment by walking and cycling in the borough or not?
Yes, some parts of it are. Yes, yes, yeah. There are existing routes on sections of it, but the intention is to create, as paragraph 9.25 suggests, is to create that route along its entire length into the neighbouring boroughs as well. But yes, it's to just create that whole link across the whole route of the line.
So that would go from Stockton through Darlington onto Durham, and
yes, and sections of it are still active railway as well, so it would be alongside the existing active railway line.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think there's a couple of action points there, one about ENV1 and one about ENV2. Okay, anything further you want to say about either of those policies before I open it up to see if there's any other comments that people wish to make?
No, nothing further to add. Thank you, sir.
Okay, right. Mr. Ridgeon, I think you've got a point about ENV1, isn't it, about conservation areas? Is that right? And the approach to open space within conservation areas, is that right?
Yes, thank you. I sort of set out in my representation that it's almost written as if there's a blanket ban on development, and I think sort of reflected on sort of paragraph 200 of the MPPF, it says local planning authorities should look for opportunities for new development within conservation areas, etc., etc. I think there's just a more positive way that the policy could be worded to make it sound. I think sort of following on from discussions previously in terms of what we discussed about policy H1, I think open space within or adjacent may possibly be especially where they don't add to the significance of the conservation area, but they may be the more sustainable locations for development. So I think there's a potential issue there. Like I say, I think paragraph 200 of the NPPF sort of encourages local planning authorities to look for opportunities for new development, whereas that policy to me reads very much as almost a blanket ban on development.
So this is where it says built development will not be permitted on public and private open spaces within or adjacent to conservation areas.
Correct. Yeah.
But it does go on to say where they make a positive contribution to its setting. So it's not a blanket ban as such, is it?
True. And I suppose in my representation, I did raise concerns about sort of specifics in relation to the Darlington Conservation Area Management Plan, which sort of hasn't picked up the approved development, which is now basically complete. There's concerns about the way that that's been done sort of outside of this plan. That's the concern as well.
Okay, so when it says identified in the conservation area appraisal, those could be out of date. You know, it could have identified an open space 20 years ago that did make a positive contribution, but it doesn't anymore.
Yes, and in fact, the sort of, I think it was 2019 that the most recent plan was drafted, and it still didn't identify approved sites that are now built. So that could happen recently as well, I suppose, is the concern.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Understood. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, okay. Well, I'll get the council to respond to that. Before I do, right. Any further points from you, Mr. Ridgen?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Point understood. Right, Mr. Green.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I had a point, sir, about the present procedure or methodology. We know that there's table C1 is talking about the aims of the council for the future, perhaps involving people in the community, and a list of criteria for assessing significant heritage assets. We put a submission in for the historic Blackwell Parkland to be considered as an historic significant heritage asset, and the evidence that we would expect the council to use would be in the statement of significance, that's SD 65, and also in the heritage impact assessment, SD 29, and there's a hefty amount of information there in terms of the historic. The response that we replied, the response that we received from the council implied that because the historic parkland has Blackwell Grange as a list of buildings sitting on it, that was enough to protect that parkland as a significant heritage asset. And I wonder if someone from the council could explain a little bit more about the process and the methodology for that. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, well, I don't know about that. What's your point about the plan under this agenda item about policies ENV1, ENV2? Is it that, are you referring to the Appendix C and the process for designating for local listing?
The process that the council said that they have an aim in Table C, criteria for assessing non-designated heritage assets.
Yeah.
And I'm talking now about a specific point about the Blackwell Grange, that we wondered why, at this point in time, when we thought that it was a significant heritage asset, what's the methodology at present? Because Table C is suggesting it's going to be a future methodology.
Sorry, Table C, let me just be clear, I'm looking at the right thing. Are we talking about the Appendix C, Table C.1?
Well, I'm confused then, sir. There is a Table C.
Which in the plan?
In the plan.
Yeah, sorry, which page, sorry?
I haven't got the page in front of me, sir.
Right, sorry.
I'm sorry. But there was a list saying that in the future, the council, their aim is to involve the community, looking at a list, and the list was rarity, representativeness, architectural, townscape, landscape, historic association, archaeological value. Yeah. What we think is that that's very commendable,
Good. So you support that bit of the plan?
Absolutely, fully, yes. And that's commendable. And so therefore we will be looking at that for the Blackwell Historic Parkland in the future, to have the community involved and the council involved. My question was, at this point in time, we'd actually asked for it to be classed as a significant heritage asset. That was not accepted, and the response simply implied that because Blackwell Grange sits on top of the parkland, then the parkland is protected. And the analogy that I would give is that we've got a lovely site over at Piercebridge, a Roman site. Sitting on the Roman site is a listed building. It's the post office. I'm not being facetious. It's just an example to say, well, you wouldn't remove the fact that the Roman site needs protecting simply because the post office is a listed building sitting on it. But certainly we would support that table C with the criteria of future aims. Yes.
Okay, but also isn't Blackwell Grange designated in the plan as a parkland? So it is designated as a heritage asset.
It's designated as an urban parkland. If urban parklands are classed as heritage assets, then that's fine. Okay, I'm going to come on to the parklands. I'm just maybe we're jumping ahead. So we'll deal with the urban and rural parklands designation course. So I'll come on to that. So I think we'll get to the point. Anyway, sorry for not being clearly understanding you, but I think I've got to where we are. Thank you very much. And so we'll come back to that. Right, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just going on to the Skirningham site, I think it was actually not. Sorry, sir.
No.
Just
ENV1 and ENV2 we're talking about in a minute.
Yes, that's right, sir. Yeah, there was a heritage assessment document. I think it's SD30, and the recommendation in that was to limit the development to the south of the site. And as you know, sir, the Skirningham Link Road goes in. If the Darlington Golf Course was to relocate, sir, that would go to the north of the Link Road. So that would be development going in at the other side of the site, and that's right next to the deserted medieval village, sir, that's got a medieval ridge and furrow site just at the west of that. And we know there would be a new clubhouse, so that would be very close. So
Mr. Clark. You really must keep focused on the questions I'm asking and the policies I'm directing my questions to, which is ENV1 and ENV2 at the moment, and then this will be subsequently going through the other policies. I'm not talking about H10, and I'm not talking about the Skirningham allocation today. I'm talking about the policies that are going to, I'll refer to. So can we restrain ourselves?
Of course. So I was just representing Chris Bowie, and that was on his list, sir. I've got it kind of in front of us there, and it was E1. V and ENV2. Yep. Sorry, sir.
It's okay. Yeah. I've got Mr. Bowie's written statement and his representation, so I've read those. So I don't need to be, you don't need to draw them to my attention. Okay. If there were things that I read in those that I need to follow up in a question, I'll do so. Okay. So
no problem. Thank you.
Take those as okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Any other points about ENV1, ENV2? And it actually, as Mr. Green has pointed out, the Appendix C is also relevant here at this point, because that's the sort of process that it lists the heritage assets in the borough, and it lists the sort of the process by which they'd be designated if they're not nationally designated. No, okay. So no other questions about that, in which case we'll move on to rural gaps. Now, specifically rural gaps. I'm going to take this in parts. I'm going to come through after rural gaps. I'm going to deal with green wedges. I'm going to deal with green corridors, and I'm going to deal with the parklands and historic routes. So bear with me, and if you can keep to the designations I'm talking about, because it's a little bit confusing, and it'll get even more confusing if we start talking about different ones at the same time. So rural gaps, just a reminder, if we could, let's look at what the policy says. It says, if I find it again, the ENV3 starts by saying that the character and local distinctiveness of the urban area, villages and rural area, so that's all of the borough, but in the different parts, will be protected and improved by A, retaining the openness and the green infrastructure functions of the rural gaps, and it lists 5. So I'm going to take those in sequence. But I'm going to start with the 2 that are related to Darlington, so that's the urban area, and the rural gap with the village of Great Burden, and the rural gap with the village of Barmton. I think the first thing for me to kind of note, and I think this is right, is that these aren't really rural gaps at the moment in the sense, well, no, sorry, that's not quite right. Great Burden, there is a rural gap, isn't there, between the village and the existing eastern edge of the urban area. So that's
correct.
Really,
yes.
So that's a gap between the urban area and the River Skerne, and then Great Burden on the other side of the River Skerne. So that's a physical open gap, which I understand is something that the policy is trying to keep. That would keep Great Burden separate from the urban area. That's right, yeah.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
But,
yes.
But the map that we've got two versions of the rural gap maps now. There weren't any in the plan, were there?
No.
Submitted. It wasn't defined. Just the words were there, which didn't seem very clear to me. And I think by asking for maps, it's confirmed that it wasn't clear, just relying on words, because you've got different interpretations of what the rural gaps are. So, okay, so that's understood. So that's a strip of land between Great Burden and the urban area. But rather confusingly, part of it's green wedge, part of it's rural gap to the south of the main road. And on the north side of the road, it's rural gap only. But the rural gap doesn't extend to the west of the River Skerne on the south side of the road. I don't know why, really, but maybe we can clarify that. So anyway, that's an existing urban gap, a rural gap. But the rural gap also extends around the Great Burden village, presumably because it would then become a proposed rural gap, because of the development proposed on the Skirningham and the Great Burden housing allocations. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes, yeah.
So this is a mixture, this rural gap, of something that's existing that you're wanting to retain and something that you wish to create, because at the moment it's open countryside. There's no rural gap, really, is there? I mean, it's open countryside around Great Burden. Yeah. Right. Okay. So conceptually, it's a kind of slightly confused, but I can understand. I suppose the ultimate aim is to retain a gap, a rural gap, and retain. Well, will Great Burden still be a rural village when it's surrounded by the housing developments?
Well, I think the key is to retain it as a distinctive, separate settlement from the other adjoining developments in the urban area.
But when those developments have taken place in 15, 20, 25 years' time, there won't really be rural gaps, will they? There'll be, I suppose, there'll be green wedges, in the sense that the green wedge concept seems to be something about the urban retaining the character of the.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So in essence, the rural gaps, as you say, are the fringe areas, and that the green wedges are the urban, and it would, in theory, over time, morph between the two, I guess. Yes. Yeah.
But and in fact, the policy ENV3 Part A is exactly the same, whether it's a rural gap or it's a green wedge, isn't it?
That's correct.
It doesn't actually make any difference whether you call them all the same thing. It would be the same policy.
Covered by the same policy, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So going back to Barmpton, I'm not going to get into the discussion about the Skirningham allocation and the policy and the way that deals with it, because it's an action point. But equally, there isn't a rural gap. Well, the rural gap between Barmpton and Darlington at the moment is the land that is now part of the Skirningham housing allocation. Yeah,
that's correct. So yes,
it's a big, a fairly extensive area of countryside between the urban area and Barmpton village.
Yes. Yeah.
So what the policy is trying to do, what the H10 is trying to do with its master plan and its green infrastructure, is to retain a gap when through the master plan process. But on top of that, you've got ENV3, which talks about a rural gap as if it's something that is needing to be retained. But then we've got a plan that you tabled, in response to my question, which we discussed the other day. I'm not going to go back over it again because I've asked for clarification, but a fairly narrow little rural gap along either side of the river, but just on the southern edge of Barmpton, but a much greater area of green infrastructure shown within the master plan framework. So again, that's something I've asked you to clarify. So we'll park that one, I think. But
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that. But I mean, I'll go through the others. I mean, the other rural gaps are, I suppose, just go back to my list. The two at Middleton and St George on Herworth-on-Tees and Herworth Place. So you've provided plans now, updated the policies map now to show those, and I'll get comments on those in due course. But I mean, they're different in nature. They're villages, so they're rural settlements, I suppose, and they're gaps that you wish to retain between those places. So, and they're listed, and you've designated them now on the policies map. So, is the intention that those hatched areas would be shown on the policies map? You did an update in response to my question. Is that what the council's position would be?
It would, sir. Yes, yeah. We can include those on the. Well, I think they are on the updated policies map anyway. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah,
they are. So but that's the council's preferred approach. So, okay, right. Okay, thank you. So let's. Nothing further that the council wishes to say on that.
No, sir. Nothing further. No, thank you.
Right. Let's deal with Great Burden then first, shall we? The rural gap, leaving aside the green wedge. Any comments from, I know, Bellway and Story have got an interest in this. Any comments that you wish to make? Yeah, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, on behalf of Bellway, just for those who didn't hear earlier. So the plan that the council have shared with you and the EIP has been agreed with us through an online meeting. So it now better reflects the easement that I mentioned the other day, and we pulled it away slightly from the southeast corner of the village, just to, if you like, reassure everybody there's a decent buffer, which we think there is. We're quite happy to further delineate that small section of the boundary if you thought it appropriate, or the council said they will agree that, you know, require that through the application process anyway. So it might be a fence or a hedgerow or something.
Yeah, okay.
So and then sorry, carry on.
No, go on, you finish.
I was just going to pick up on the debate you've just had. So we're not particularly precious about what it's called, as you'll appreciate. We respect it. We see that, if you like, that the village needs to be encircled, but you're quite right. We said last time and in reps, there's a significant overlap between the two designations. We're reassured that there's less of an overlap, shall I put it that way? There's clearly a green, well, I'm going to call it a green corridor, so that'll throw you. But down along the river corridor, we've always acknowledged, in my world, that's, if you like, a green corridor. It's also flood zone. You know, we would plant where required to and within reason, etc. So there's nothing underhand going on here. That I think, as you've picked it up as well, as quite a bit of duplication effectively. But if you choose to call it something else or merge them, I don't think we'd be too precious.
Yeah. Okay.
But we acknowledge that, you know, the council don't want us to encroach into that. Just to reassure other participants, really. That
okay. No,
there's some changes here that are evolving, but there's nothing sinister. It's just we clearly had an issue with our gas with the pipeline, which I think has been acknowledged, and council and there's another process to go through with the development management process as well, just to reassure locals, etc. I don't know if you need anything more from Bellway.
No, okay, just the boundary now that's drawn on the eastern edge of the rural gap to the south of the main road. Yes. Which in effect, well, there would be a gap between it and the housing allocation at present, but it would be within the development limits, that land. So we don't need to necessarily say much more. But is that a physical feature at the moment or not?
No, I mean, it's the easement for much of its length, and then there's the last bit. It was a conscious effort to pull away slightly more from what you'll know was where some of the historic assets were in the village. So it's a good sized buffer, but what we're saying is if there was a need to enhance that boundary, we would do it, you know, within reason. It's not, as in we talked last time about under the allocation that we could easily put a sympathetic fence up, or I don't know, it might be post and rail, and or just when we do the planting, something along that line. Yeah. But I don't know if you visited the site yet. So,
yes, I have. Yeah.
I was just saying it could be pointed out on a site visit. It was helpful.
No, it's okay. Okay, but I mean, again, it's insofar as you want to keep a rural gap, a green wedge, or an area of open space between the existing village and the new housing developments, both on north and south of the road. So in your interest on the south side of the road, it's something that has to be well, the open land that's there has to be there, but then you have to somehow have a boundary that's defensible, and the development, the other side of it, has to be laid out so that it's that, you know, there's an edge there, and then you've got a gap that's recognisable and understood, isn't it? That's the aim. So it's something that has to be created through your development, really, rather than something that is being protected.
Which we're happy to do. But in terms of, it's a slightly unusual one, but the pipeline easements are in themselves a defensible boundary, as you know, that's going to be there. We can't build in it, and what we can do is plant probably at something on the edges.
Well, I think that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah,
if you want to
exactly. So it is defensible in a slightly different sense to a lot of EIPs I do, but it can't be breached. But the you know, the devil's in the detail, obviously, but we would, you know, we expect conditions on any permission relating to boundaries and landscape. So yeah, and I think on plan, I'd just add that it looks logical to me, the sort of, if you like, the way the village is surrounded. Obviously, I'm commenting on south of the main road.
Yeah. Well,
but there is that little overlap area that I think I'm picking up is concerning you a bit, but.
I mean, whether it concerns me, I mean,
it just reinforces it, doesn't it? It's really.
I mean, just going back to the development requirements for the Great Burden housing allocation, and the action points I've picked up, which I didn't itemise one specifically for the housing allocation, did I? Because it was this discussion to have. I mean, I can look again, but I don't think there's anything that specifically refers to the rural gap or the green wedge in these. Sorry, this is the housing allocation statement in Appendix B of the plan.
I think that's right. I would just have to double check what we. Yeah, I mean, if you added a line in that, you know, there's a. I don't know. It would be cross-referring, really, wouldn't it, to whatever we agree today? But if that gave you comfort, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, given that in effect, the boundary of this rural gap is going to have to be defined and created by the housing development, it seems a bit odd that it isn't referred to in the allocation statement for that housing development. So I think
and obviously we are tied by the allocation boundary as well. So it's belt and braces, isn't it? If you do it that way,
it is.
I think we'd obviously want to see the modification, but in principle, I can't see why we wouldn't. And the reason this all came up was also to do with topography, so this reflects that as well. But the Burden Hill, which I'm sure you're aware of, rises up just below all this area we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. Right, Mr. Baker.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I mean, I don't want to sort of go over what Mr. Hall has. I mean, essentially in terms of the modification that's been put forward by the council in respect of the sort of rural gap stroke green wedge in this location. We did have a meeting with the council to discuss this. I think we think that it does better reflect the circumstances on the ground. I think we did note some of the ambiguity around green wedge and rural gap and the meaning of those, but actually if you look at ENV3, the implications of that are the same. So whether you call it one thing or t'other, the ultimate sort of development management implications are the same. So as Mr. Hall said, I don't think that's something that really concerns us. We just want to make sure that this makes sense on the ground. In respect of Appendix B, there are tangentially a few criteria which do sort of refer to sort of protecting that sort of green buffer around the River Skerne and the green infrastructure there, but they're more perhaps related to connections for open space and recreation purposes rather than specific sort of landscape buffers and visual buffers. There are criteria around protecting the setting of the listed and heritage assets in that area as well, which again there's some overlap there. But if there was a specific criteria, again subject to us seeing the detail that required a sort of a logical boundary, whether that's in hard form or in sort of vegetative form, I think that's something would be amenable to, subject to the detail. But I think overall we do support the proposed modification put forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker. Right, Mr. Westwick.
Hi, sir. Just probably a quick point from me. I don't think we have any objection to the rural gap, or however we want to phrase it. Essentially, the northeast corner of it does not follow field boundaries, but as you picked up on the in relation to south, that can be formed as part of through the master planning and as part of that exercise.
So it's something that would have to be created if you're going to define that area and to be kept in the long term as open, which in essence it's almost like a mini green belt to Great Burden, which would be encompassed by the extended urban area.
Yeah.
It would, to be long term, recognisable visually and defensible, you'd have to create some boundary, wouldn't you? Some physical boundary there.
You would, sir. For example, take the top northeast corner of that. There's the diagonal field boundary that runs through the middle of it. That's the defensible. That's the boundary at the minute. But if we extend further north, we'll just have to form that boundary as part of our development. I don't think there's any issue with that. Just it doesn't follow sort of on ground features at the moment.
No. Okay. Well, you see my action point 22, and that it asks for clarification of the approach to the provision and protection of green infrastructure and the rural gaps between the proposed development and villages of Barmston and Great Burden. So that would be picked up by the council and responding to that, and you'd then have an opportunity to look at the detail of that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Clark.
Very quick point, sir. Thank you very much, and I promise I won't say the S word. Just refer you to
I just have.
Sir John Lawton, sir. Bigger, better, and more joined up for wildlife. We actually put a link into that, sir, in the ecology report. And as you know, we're looking at Coniscliffe all the way around, so it's a very important corridor for the wildlife. So if we could ask the developers and the new home builders to make it bigger, better, and more joined up, that would be great, sir, and it would help the biodiversity of Darlington. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, any other comments about the rural gaps around Great Burden before I move on to see if people have got any comments about the other ones that are listed in the plan? So let's move on to those if I could. So let's look at Middleton St George, could we first? And we've got hopefully people have had a chance to see the council's revised policies map that defines these rural gaps now between Middleton St George and Middleton Munro, and Middleton St George and Oak Tree, which are the ones listed. I've also had the parish council submit the draft neighbourhood plan, and that's got a map with it. I can't remember if it was appended to the statement or I got it from the neighbourhood plan that's been in the library. Anyway, it does have green gaps, which are not called rural gaps, but in essence, they seem to they're more diagrammatic on the plan I've seen between Middleton St George and Oak Tree and Middleton St George and Middleton Munro, but they cover the same pieces of land as far as I can see in broad terms. So, does anybody want to say anything about that from the parish council? Oh, they're not. Are the parish council here? No, they're not, are they? Sorry. Jo Ellis.
Thank you, sir. Right, so we're really pleased to see the rural gaps defined in this plan, because I think, as you've pointed out and as we commented, there's not much point in saying we will preserve rural gaps if you don't say where those rural gaps are. Yeah. But I think particularly with regard to Middleton St George, and perhaps to a lesser extent some other of the rural gaps defined, the fact that the very fact of defining the rural gaps is a demonstration of how little space is left in between those three villages. So you know, in between Oak Tree and Middleton St George, the area of the length of road on which neither side will be developed is, you know, about the size of a few front gardens. So I think really what has been demonstrated by the designation, by the definition of these rural gaps, is that pretty much all the space between those two villages, and to a certain extent between Middleton St George and Middleton Munro, has been already allocated for development.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, understood, but too little too late, you may say, but I mean, I'm dealing with what's proposed here, isn't it, aren't I? So, okay, right, any other comments on Middleton St George? Anything about Herworth that anybody wishes to say about the council's plan showing the rural gap there? We did talk about it in week 1, I think, when we were talking about the development limits, or can't remember. Anyway, no, okay, right. Anything further from the council wish to say on the rural gaps? Just, I mean, I think I was suggesting, Mr. Usher, that you look at Appendix B, the development requirements for Great Burden housing allocation, and whether explicit reference ought to be made to the rural gap, green wedge designations, and what is required in terms of the development on those sites. Ultimately, defining the boundary of those, if they're going to be retained in the long term, it seems it needs to be created a landscaped and sort of clearly defined visually and physically defined boundary. So is that, I'll leave that as an action point, I think, for you.
Yes, that's something we'd be happy to look at incorporating. So yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. In which case, let's move on to green wedges. I don't think I need to talk any more about the green wedge at Great Burden, other than just to clarify. I mean, I'm sure it's listed as Houghton and Red Hall green wedge in policy ENV3.
It
We've
is,
been talking
yes.
about this, but that's the area along the Skern that's shown on the revised policies map. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it extends quite a long way down, sort of between different areas. So that is the one. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Right. I don't think I've got any other questions about that. But we'll see if anyone does have. But let's talk about the other green wedges that are shown on the policies map. We've got the Cockerback Mowden one and the Blackwell Skern Park green wedges. These were mapped anyway in the plan, weren't they?
They were, yes.
They were defined. Sorry, is there anything you wish to say about these? And I mean, in essence, the policy is the same, isn't it, as we've been talking about rural gaps, other than that these are more within the existing urban area.
That's correct. The same policy principles apply. I think these areas more focus on the green infrastructure and biodiversity functions that they offer, but they meet all of that criteria in Part A. As you say, they're more located within the urban area, and I think they're quite clearly and logically the green wedges that exist along river and beck corridors in the main urban area.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. Any comments? I know Mr. Green will want to say something about possibly about the Blackwell Grange, but let's take other contributions. Mr. Richard Cohen.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of points, but the second one, I see Christine Marshall says got her hand up, and I was going to comment on Honestcliff, so I suspect she's going to make the same point as I was, and I'll leave that to her. But you've mentioned mini green belts, sir. It's just an observation, sir, and I haven't mentioned it. The NPPF does have a paragraph saying that consideration should be given to green belts if there are major developments proposed. I can't think of, if all this is approved in Darlington, much more major development being proposed, and I do wonder whether the plan is somewhat effective in that it doesn't consider green belt allocation around it. I just want to make that observation, sir. But Honestcliff, Mrs. Gibson did mention it, but it's not there's no gap there. But I suspect that may be what the next speaker would want to talk about.
Okay, right. Okay. Well, I mean, the council could consider, in the light of the NPPF, whether they wish to designate a green belt around the extended urban area. It didn't do so in this plan, and I don't think it would be my role to take such a radical policy approach forward through a recommendation, but obviously if the council wish to consider that in the future, well, there is a national policy that allows them to do so if they can demonstrate all the necessary circumstances and criteria. So, right, let's hear from the Low Coniscliffe and Merrybent Parish Council. Chrissy Marshalsea, please.
Thank you, sir. I would obviously like to make reference to site numbers 41 and 249, which refer to the Coniscliffe Park developments.
Well, we have talked about those.
Yeah. Whilst the Parish Council obviously support the principles of the policy, there seems to be a noticeable omission of reference to retaining the openness and green infrastructure of the rural gap between Darlington and the villages of Low Coniscliffe and Merrybent. The proposal would actually result in the development of about 77 acres of undeveloped agricultural land and represent a major physical change in the locality and likely to have a significant effect on the environment. And obviously we feel this undermines both the vision of the neighbourhood plan and of the Darlington local plan. I wonder if the council have any comments to make on that.
Well, we did talk about the housing allocations last week, and I know you personally weren't there, but I think the parish council represented, and certainly a number of points were made, and I discussed the issue there. So I don't want to go over that again. I'm talking today about the rural gap and the green wedge designations, which that aren't directly relevant to those designations, the housing allocation. So I've noted your point, but I will move on if I could, unless there's anything further you wish to say about policy ENV3.
Well, it's just the fact that the scale of that development would take up quite a large part of the green infrastructure between Darlington and Low Coniscliffe.
Yes, understood. Yeah, okay, I've got that point.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Right, I'll take Mr. Madison next, and then because I know he's interested in the Coniscliffe area as well, and then I'll.
Yeah, I don't want to speak about Coniscliffe Park directly, but just general principles of this particular policy. I understand the policy in its round, but I'm just trying to understand from a layperson's perspective as to how it can be applied. So, for example, things like physical distances. So is there anything, depending on the size of the village or the size of the town or the size of the two areas, and is it physical things like roads that dictate it, or becks or rivers, or is it, depending on the sizes, that will actually dictate, 500 metres, 100 metres, 50 metres. I appreciate it can't be prescriptive like that, but it just, to me, thinks as a layperson, what would I expect then? Yes, I can read the policy and a plan comes in, but what's my expectation? That somebody puts a hedge up between a new estate and a village, say, for example. So it's more of my understanding, and I don't know if that's absolutely clear to you and it's clear to everybody else. I don't know that.
No, understood. I mean, I'll get the council to respond to these points insofar as they wish to. I mean, I suppose that the policy relates, now that the rural gaps and the green wedges are shown on the policies map, I suppose that defines the extent of them. But the council may wish to comment back once I've gone through the contribution to see if he wants to say anything about whether they're based on sort of standard distances or physical features, etc. So thank you for that point. Right, Michael Green.
Thank you, sir. I find it quite difficult to separate the urban parkland boundaries and the green wedge and also the biodiversity because of all the hatchings on the map. This I'm referring to 403 and the parkland. Let me just say something positive. It was really positive to see that the green wedge has moved into those areas that we spoke about last week in M4. And it's obvious that those areas were left over, as Mr. Nelson said, from the previous map and the previous session. It's the urban parkland boundary and the green wedge and the biodiversity, which is just causing some issues. Mr. Nelson referred to the urban parkland boundary, and that's policy ENV3, saying was carried over from a plan in 2013. If we refer to SD 58, which is the
sorry, Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Green, sorry, if I could just stop you, just because I'll get confused. We're going to talk about the urban parkland boundary shortly.
Fine.
Could we just, and sorry to keep interrupting you, but anything more about the green wedge? You say that you support the extension as I've recommended.
And I would ask a question: what is the life of a green wedge? That can be answered, and also how easy is it to remove a green wedge? Because obviously, in the action point that we've seen today, the green wedge has been removed because of a possible housing allocation. And the question may be, which comes first, the green wedge or the housing allocation? Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks. I'll get the council to respond to that in terms of the permanence of the green wedge and how it could be designated or undesignated. Obviously, having heard the discussion the other day, the fact that there is a housing allocation 403, then if I decide that is justified, what my action point reflects is I don't feel it's consistent to also include the same piece of land as part of the green wedge. Hence my action point to say, well, assuming the allegation goes ahead, remove the green wedge bit. But equally, it doesn't seem to make any logic to define the green wedge around to the north of that, to the west and north of the listed building, the Grange building. So hence my recommendation that be extended across to the physical boundary with the urban area. So that then is all green wedge. It's a policy designation, so it's the council's plan, this process we're going through now, that can change it or add a green wedge or change a green wedge or remove a green wedge. But I'll let them comment back on that. But insofar as this plan is adopted and the green wedge is shown as it would be on the policies map, the wording of policy ENV3 is quite clear then that the openness and the green infrastructure function of that open land would then have to be retained. And then there's some criteria that would provide further detail about that. So it provides quite a strong policy in my mind about retaining that as open land. So hence the inconsistency with saying, well, some of it's got a housing development on it. It doesn't seem to add up. So, okay.
Okay, and thank you. And also, sir, are we able to look at local green space today? Because that's
will do. I'll come on to that as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take things in small chunks because I find it easier to understand them then. Right. Anything else on green wedges that people wish to say before I go back to the council? No. Okay. Right. Do you want to just respond to any of the points made there? Picking up Mr. Green's point at the end there, obviously you can't, if the plan is reviewed in the future, you can't say that the green wedges wouldn't be looked at again, but what's the sort of the view at this point in time of the council of the purpose of designating those green wedges?
Well, as you say, so, in the longer term, everything would have to be subject to review, but, the intention of the green wedges at this time is, to remain into the longer term, to retain those openness and green infrastructure functions that have been identified at this time. The policy doesn't sort of rule out certain elements of, retaining the key characteristics of and potential for limited infilling and so on from those sites, but the purpose of the policy is to ensure that, they're retained as well as they can be.
Okay. And do you want to comment on what Ms. Madison was saying about, well, are they based on, standardised physical distances, gaps, or is it more reflecting the physical features and the openness, the areas that exist now that are open and you want to retain as open?
It is, yes, it's more the broader openness and the features of the landscape. It's predominantly the landscape and how the separation and how the landscape forms. Obviously, topography can vary how, the landscape can be viewed and separated from different areas. So we set out, I think, in our specifically in relation to the rural gaps in our methodology note that was appended to the response to the, sorry, I can't remember the document reference, but it was our response that included the map versions of the rural gaps, and that sets out how we assessed the areas. So looking at the landscape context, topography, vegetation, the varying land uses, the movement and access opportunities, the visual characteristics, and sort of the sense of leaving and arriving into a settlement. So it's key views and, you know, how the landscape provides that openness that exists between those two areas is principally how we've done it.
Okay, thank you, understood. Right, what I'm going to do now is look at the urban and rural parklands element of policy ENV3. I'm then going to come on to, just so people know, I'm going to look separately at the green corridors approach. That's the local and strategic green corridors. Historic routes I'll do as part of that. And then we've got also policy ENV4 about protecting existing open spaces. So we've got that as a separate item. And then we will also have open space provision to look at before we come on to biodiversity and geodiversity, and local green space. So quite a few more things to go through, different elements of the ENV policies. So what I'm going to do now is the parklands element of it, and then we'll have a break, an adjournment for 10, 15 minutes or so. So the parklands are now defined on the policies map. They weren't originally as submitted, but they are now defined. They were always listed in Part C of policy ENV3. And the policy there, again, it starts with the character and local distinctiveness of the urban area, villages and rural area will be protected and improved by, and one of the things is retaining and improving the special landscape, heritage and ecological qualities of the urban and rural parklands. And they're defined in a list and shown on the policies map, including the one at Blackwell Grange. So I think two of these parklands are nationally designated, is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes, they are.
Is that I can't remember the full title. It's the Parks and Gardens.
Registered Parks and Gardens.
That's
yes,
it, yeah. So so they're national designations. Which are those two?
That is. Sorry, sir. I'm just referring to my note. It's the South Park and West Cemetery.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the other four, so they're designated, and they're irrespective if you showed them on the policies map, they have a boundary, a statutory boundary, and they're nationally designated, and they're subject to national policy protection. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes, and they're identified in Appendix B, I think, of the plan, which identifies the various national designations as well.
Okay. So the other four are things that the council has designated. So you've chosen where to put these boundaries. And the criteria, going back to what Mr. Green pointed out earlier, are those listed in far as they're relevant, in Appendix C to the plan, and they're based on an assessment of the areas. So we've got those now shown on the policies map. Anything further you wish to say about that?
No, I don't think so. So, I mean, these are broadly a continuation of areas that have been identified in the previous local plans. So, they're long-standing local designations, as it were, that we're seeking to carry forward into the future. So.
Okay, and insofar as they are designated heritage assets, the South Park and West Cemetery, they're subject to policy ENV1 Part A as well, aren't they?
They are, yes, yes.
Yeah. But the other four, including Blackwell Grange, they're subject to, they need the special protection of policy C of Part ENV3 to give them the local protection through your local plan. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, right. So, anything further you want to say before I see if, Mr. Green no doubt will wish to comment on the Blackwell Grange and see if there's any other comments about any of the others.
No, nothing further at this stage, sir.
Right. Okay, Mr. Green, do you want to comment on the parkland and the extent of it and the policy towards it as shown on the policies map and in the policy?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just to go back to the meeting last week, the M4 meeting, at the end, we talked about the urban parkland boundary. And I think Mr. Usher has probably cleared that up now, but certainly Mr. Nelson was saying that it dated back to the plan in 2013. Well, in fact, on the SD 58 document in the library there, page 20, policy EC9, it's listed there in 1997 with the boundary, and then that was carried forward to 2001. 1, and then to the 2013, and then now into this this plan as well. It's very encouraging to actually see a policies map with all of our urban parklands marked, and also the protection that's offered to the parklands. My question is to begin with, is how returning to site 009, which is now not part of the plan, but how did we reach the position where site 009 and site 403 are on for housing allocation within the urban parkland, considering the section C that says retaining and improving the special landscape, heritage and ecological qualities of urban and rural parklands at South Park, West Cemetery, Blackwell Grange. How have we reached the point where we've got a possible housing allocation within such a protected area? That would be my question, sir.
Okay, understood. So you see there's a contradiction in the plan still, not similar to the one I identified in terms of the green wedge, that the parkland, the fact that the housing allocation 403, I'm leaving aside 09 because it's not part of the plan. I understand the background, but that's not before me. So, and I guess you reassured us, I think you said that the area that was on, I think, I've not actually looked in detail, would now be covered by the green wedge designation. So leaving that. And the parkland designation. But it's the question then is, well, is there still an inconsistency of having site 403 within the parkland? If that were the case, I suppose there's two options that I could consider. One is to delete the housing allocation, or the other would be to say exclude it from the parkland. I know probably you'd prefer one over the other, but I suppose if I were to say, well, look, I think that the allocation of 403 is justified, notwithstanding, I understand the background, but the heritage impact assessment and the other document, I can't remember what it's called, did identify that as being the least significant part of the setting of this building and the least important part of the parkland. Debatable whether it was formerly part of the parkland or whether it's become, in fact, it appears to be part of the parkland. I understand all that. I suppose the question is, well, does it help to ensure a high quality development to have the recognition that the housing allocation is part of the parkland? And is it possible for the design of the development to comply with policy ENV3, part C, which talks about, retaining those qualities of it as part of the broader parkland area? I suppose that's the nub of it in terms of what I have to consider. So I don't know if you want to respond, if you want to give me a view about that before I go and get the council's view about that.
Yeah, I think the document you were referring to is a statement of significance.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
which is also known as the ARCIO report. That was prepared in 2012, and I think possibly at that time the company who were looking at that were looking more at the historic and the archaeological, and there isn't a mention in that document about it being an urban parkland. So I think possibly that's why it's not mentioned in that document. Okay. The statement, the heritage impact assessment, does refer to that particular document as well. But yes, it just seems that we've kind of moved very positively from housing that was right within the original Georgian parkland boundary. That was 009 that we don't want to talk about, but welcome that that's been removed and kind of squashed into the bottom corner. And I think 403, it's always been an enigma. It's the Bland's Corner Triangle. At one time it was part of the parkland historically, another time it was arable land. And I think it's always going to be an enigma. But I think that the fact that it's classed on the policies map as being within the urban parkland, it does merit some discussion and some debate about the housing allocation possibly there.
Yeah, understood. But I suppose my question is, I'll come to a view about the housing allocation separately, but if I were to conclude that it is justified, notwithstanding the background and the nature of the bit of land, would your preference be for it to be kept within the parkland boundary, even though there may be some apparent contradiction? Or would you say, well, okay, if we've lost that, there's no point in pretending it's part of the parkland, and we'll draw the boundary accordingly?
One of the dangers is that if that is left within the parkland and it's justified for housing allocation, then it's opening something for the future to say that's a parkland, that's an urban parkland, and in 2000 and whatever, 21, 22, housing, there was a housing allocation there. Then we're into what we've described before and in our earlier documents as development creep. And the justification later on to say, well, it happened in 2021, and therefore it can happen in 2000 and what have you. So, so it's a problem. It's a problem. Certainly, we wouldn't want to see any more development creep within Blackwell and within the parkland.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful to get that. I mean, you could say, well, what's the point of including it in the parkland if the site allocation statement for the site in Appendix B of the plan has all the necessary design and layout principles to ensure a high quality development that's properly landscaped, that doesn't harm the significance of the setting of the listed building and the setting of the parkland. Well, that in which case, that from your point of view, it'd make the best of a bad job, i.e. there's going to be some houses, but at least they'll be as well designed and landscaped as possible. But better then to say, well, don't pretend it's part of the parkland, because, you know, it would set a precedent possibly. So you may say, well, it would be better therefore to have a boundary that reflected the allocation in the same way it does for the green wedge. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll give that something. Yeah.
That we have talked about mitigation. Protection. And I think we're looking for a really belt and braces job for the historic parkland. We've been reassured today about the green wedge, and that is protective. We've got a parkland which is an urban parkland, but we're actually moving towards, later on in the discussion, to looking towards a local green space. And I think that parkland does need more than one type of protection, more than green wedge, in order to prevent any more creep.
Well, you've got green wedge on all of the parkland, other than the housing allocation. You've got parkland, so you've got two policy approaches. You've got local wildlife site on part of it as well. Yeah. So you're not doing bad.
We're doing quite well, but certainly we'd look at the local green space. We feel that there's a strong.
We'll come on to that one. We'll go on to that one. Okay, no, thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Green. Anything further you want to say about the parkland designation?
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else to say about any of the parkland designations or policies, ENV3C, about them before I go back to the council? No. Okay. Right. Is it Mr. Usher again? Mr. Nelson.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, just to come back on a few points there, particularly relating to Blackwell. There was a few references made to the application that was submitted some time ago, which I appreciate isn't part of this, but I think provides useful context. That there was an application made to Historic England for Blackwell to be considered a historic park and garden. Now, that is now a process. That's Historic England, and they wrote back with reasons why they considered it wasn't of that value. So I think it was almost implied that, you know, that was a council decision, but actually that came from Historic England. They're the people that designate those. I know we don't have a HE representative here in this session, but I know you know, Henry was here previously to comment on the application. I mean, obviously, most recently this site was used as a golf course. It didn't have public access, or it shouldn't have had public access to it, if you like. You know, that any access there has been, you know, permissive, if you like, for want of a better word. And just to come back to something, and I think Henry Cumbers from Historic England confirmed this as well, that the statement of significance, and HE did agree with this, and I think they did, but I'd rather have Henry here to confirm it one way or the other, that the area to the south, site 403, didn't form the original part of the the historic landscape. So I think he covered that, didn't he? Yeah, so yeah, brilliant. So I mean, in that terms, what we're seeking to do through 403 is to restore the remaining original part of that parkland that was associated with Blackwell Grange, offer full
public access to those areas, but obviously with that, yeah, development is required to fund that. But we have now moved the development to the least sensitive area of the site, and obviously, yeah, we've now proposed to sort out the inconsistencies with the green wedge. So it does have a lot of protection, as you've pointed out there, and yeah, we'd be willing to yeah, follow your advice if you think it is confusing to still have the southern part marked as parkland.
Well, if we were to, I mean, the equality of the development by 403 can be achieved through the site allocation statement, can't it? There's no need to have a parkland statement talking about retaining and improving the landscape, heritage and ecological quality of that part, the site 403, because that wouldn't be what would be happening, would it? I mean, it would enable those things to be achieved on the other parts of the parkland or the true part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to that extent, it's unnecessary and it's potentially confusing. And there is also the issue Mr. Green's pointed out, that it could also be used as a precedent to say, well, look, this parkland isn't actually sacrosanct at all, is it? Because look, you've allowed housing development on part of it in the past. So maybe like the green wedge, it would be better just to sort of say, well, look, the boundary of the parkland will be, and there's a development requirement relating to it, isn't it? About the boundary, the northern boundary of Site 403, and the landscaping of that. So, okay.
I think it will be a much cleaner way of doing it. So, because certainly, I mean, if the development does happen, obviously areas of that will be private gardens and things like that. Whereas at least if we defined it to that, yeah, they would, it would leave, if you like, the remainder of the area that we're looking to open up with public access.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Site 403 will have a road into it, and it'll have public footpaths in it. Whether there be public footpath links into the parkland or not, I don't think that's specified. But the site itself, that housing site of that size, wouldn't have a large area of public open space in it, would it? I mean, it may have a bit of open space, would it? I don't know. I mean, we're talking about the open space policy.
I think it would have some, yes, yeah, it would have some with the size it is, yes, yeah.
But it wouldn't. That open space would be unlikely to physically and visually appear to be part of the adjoining parkland. I mean, it may link to it.
It wouldn't. No. And I'm sure a case could be made that almost, well, look, we've got all this extensive area of parkland that we're making available to everybody to the north. So it may be that, yeah, there's some concession to the south, but that's details for further down the line, I think.
It is, but we've got some quite strong statements in the housing allocation statement about how the site should be developed and the landscaping layout and the density and those sort of things to retain the setting of the historic assets. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll double think about that, but that may well be an action point that I'll suggest be the case. So, yeah, Mr. Green, you wish to come back on the parkland issue. We'll come on to local green space in due course.
I don't want to labour the point, but I'm probably labouring the point about this disused golf course. If you read the statement of significance, it's one of the words that it uses is remarkable, and it says that it's remarkable, and you can't have almost unique. It's unique. That there was no damage caused by the golf course, that the historic aspects of the parkland, the medieval ridge and furrow, have not been damaged. So it said it's remarkable. And so we maintain that it was a golf course for a tiny part of its life. And from 1178, recorded in the Bowden Book and Hatfield Survey, that area has been an historic area. That's just the first point. And the second point is to say that in the statement of significance, it does. I don't know who put the application into Historic England for it to be designatable, but it does actually say in the statement of significance on 2 occasions that this site is designatable. So we're looking at a beautiful site, a valuable site, and we trust that through this local plan, it will be protected and protected for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I've got the point about the golf course. I think saying it's a disused golf course implies that it was a golf course for much of its life and it's sort of disused, but it could be used again. I understand it's maybe in that sense a little misleading. Part of it was used as a golf course for some time, but it's it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, got it. Thank you. Right, what we're going to do now is we'll have an adjournment, and then I'm going to look at the policy relating to local and strategic green corridors and the lines on the maps that we've now got, which I suppose I asked for. So I asked for the council to consider where they should be shown, and we've got them now. So we'll look at those and the policies that relate to them. So we'll adjourn now. It's 8 minutes past 11. So I think we'll adjourn till, well, let's say past. Then we'll start promptly, and we'll finish before 1 o'clock or by 1 o'clock. Okay. So see you at 11:30. Okay, it's 11:30, so we will resume now. So we're going to look now at policy ENV3, or primarily policy ENV4, insofar as they relate to local and strategic green corridors. So the first thing to note is that whilst these are referred to in the submitted plan, and there was a map included in the submitted plan, or a diagram that was entitled Darlington's Green Infrastructure Network, that indicated diagrammatically existing and proposed strategic and local green corridors with green and sort of purpley coloured hatching. Anyway, they're now been added to the policies map, which I think is the council's. I think it was in response to one of my questions. It's always difficult to know how a policy is going to be applied if it's not clear where it's going to be applied. So I'd like to see how they were shown on the policy map, but we can have that debate today if people think that they're better off not being shown, and some people have expressed that. But it partly depends, I'll say this now, on what the policy is that relates to the areas that are shown on the policies map. The more flexible that is, the more appropriate it may be for them to be shown in fixed defined areas on the policies map. So we'll come on to that in due course. But first of all, I just need to understand a bit more about what has been shown and why. So they are corridors, including buffers. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes, they are. Yes.
So, and they all have, whether irrespective of whether they're local or strategic, they all have either some or all of these sort of characteristics, which is historic, recreational, amenity, biodiversity. So they've all got elements of those. Some of all of those elements, I guess. Some have maybe more of each, but and they all have a distinctive character.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what distinguishes between what's something that's local and what's strategic?
I think that's principally the role that it plays in terms of sort of an access point through the urban area. Obviously, the strategic routes are the larger, more important routes, and in terms of the green infrastructure functions as well that they offer, where the local routes are sort of more localized and of a smaller scale and nature of corridor that they offer.
But the policy is the same, isn't it? Other than the width of the buffer or the width of the corridor.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah.
Right. I mean, the fact. Well, we'll look to see the wording of the policy in a minute, but the fact that, I mean, are they primarily rivers and becks? What's the corridor? What's the if there's a buffer and there's a corridor, one must be something and one must be something an adjoining land. Yeah. So what's the corridor itself? What are they?
The corridors are principally routes, access routes, with associated features, in effect. So
they're not the waterways. They are waterways if they've got an access route alongside them.
That's it. Yes, some of them are include waterways as well. Yes, yeah, or where we're seeking to have routes alongside those waterways. Yes.
Right. Okay. So. Okay. So do they all have either existing or proposed physical pedestrian or cycle routes along them?
Yes, I believe they do, sir.
But you wouldn't designate one a waterway that had biodiversity value if it didn't have a route along it as a green corridor. I think there are some of that nature as well. So I'm just trying to check. They could have any of all or some of those characteristics. Yeah. They could recreate needs, but they could just have biodiversity value. So there may be a stretch of waterway that doesn't have a route, but there may be a plan to improve that. Okay. So right. I mean, they're identified through the green infrastructure plan. So I'm not saying you've just sort of made them up off the cuff and showed them on the policy map. There was a process by which you went through a comprehensive sort of approach to defining green infrastructure as a network, and this picked up these corridors. I suppose I could look back at that study that led to that. Okay, well, okay. So, but each one then has a physical feature, which is either a river or a stream, and a pedestrian route, or a pedestrian route along it. But then it has an area of land to either side, which is the buffer. So, and that's a fixed width, irrespective of what the actual corridor is itself. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yes, yeah. The widths that are identified are fixed for the strategic and local corridors.
And they are they are 30 metres or 15.
That's correct, sir. Yes. Yeah.
So it's not a 30-metre buffer to either side of a corridor. It's the corridor is 30 metres wide if it's a strategic corridor, yeah?
Yes, yes.
And it's 15 metres wide if it's a local corridor.
That's correct, yes.
So you could just call it a corridor and remove the reference to a buffer.
You could do, I guess, but then it's just giving that clarity that the corridor includes. I suppose if they're mapped, then it's clear that that's what the corridor is, isn't it? So if they're identified through the mapping, incorporating the 15 or the 30 metres respectively, then yes, it wouldn't necessarily need to be referred to as a buffer, but it's just to ensure that, you know, those elements associated with that corridor, whether it be, you know, trees or what have you, features are incorporated into that. So,
but in practice, the actual what you may call the core of the corridor, right, the stream and or the river and the path alongside it, could be 5, 10, 15 metres if it's strategic, or it could be nearly 30 metres. So, and the distinction between what's the route, the corridor, and the buffer will vary depending on its nature. So, you know, if you've got a river with a path and then you've got trees alongside the path, I mean, you could say that's all part of the corridor, but equally it could be. So it's not you plot the centre line of a route or a river and then you take 30 metres each side. It's the 30-metre corridor or a 50-metre corridor. Yeah.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Okay, understood. So if we look at let me just take one of the examples then on the map policies map, and it's the town centre, it's the river Skern.
Yeah, I'll just.
I'm looking at. Excuse me. If I look at map 10, which is the sort of inset map for the town centre first, and then I'll go north from there onto whatever the next map is. It's map 8, and then onto map 7. Have you got the inset map 10?
Yes, sorry, sir. Yes, I'm looking at map 10 now. Yes.
Yeah. So the first question I suppose. So there's a corridor basically along the river Skern.
Yes.
And it's got purple lines either side. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Yes.
So the first question I suppose I have is, why is that a proposed strategic corridor as opposed to an existing one? If I go out of the town hall and I go to the river and I can walk along a path alongside of it and it's landscaped for some of it, is it what's?
It's principally proposed for improvements, and you know there may be elements of it that are already provided, but you know it's to create that link on its sort of entire route. So whilst parts of it may exist, it's as a whole it doesn't fully exist as a corridor. So that's principally why it's proposed.
So if I look at map 8 and I see the full extent of the bit that's proposed, it goes through the edge of the town centre, the river, doesn't it? And then it goes through the northern part of the town centre, all the way through the northern part of the town centre fringe, some of which is actually culverted, is it, the river there? It's got buildings on it?
It is, yes, yeah.
Yeah. So the aspiration for all of that stretch up to employment site 366, I think it is, go north, that's a corridor for improvement.
That's correct, sir, yes, yeah.
But it exists, or some of it exists anyway, but okay. Right, so then we get into it going, heading north, the river Skern, and it goes through that employment area, and then it crosses the railway line, and it goes into what's got various wildlife type designations, I think, hasn't it? Green local wildlife or nature reserve. Yeah.
Yes, it does. Yes. Yeah.
This is now an existing strategic green corridor. Yeah.
It is. Yes. Yeah.
And then it goes through the green wedge that we've talked about between Darlington and Great Burden.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Then it heads up and it gets into the Skirningham allocation, at which point it's partly existing, on map 7 now.
Yes.
And it's still 30 metres wide. And then it becomes, I think, proposed again once we get to, I don't know, is this the green infrastructure policy part of the policy H10? Is this why this becomes now proposed?
It is, yes, yeah. It forms part of the green infrastructure. So where it becomes proposed is where it's intended that that corridor will be created along the river that I think is referred to in the policy H10 policy requirements.
Right, okay. And then, okay, so that then continues through, and then it continues as proposed by the looks of things, even when it goes beyond the allocation and heads off map 7 and into the north. So is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So yes, yeah.
Why is that proposed up there then?
To ensure that that corridor continues sort of through, following the Skirn up to sort of the edge of the borough boundary.
Right. Okay. So these corridors all exist to varying degrees, and they all have some of these characteristics to varying degrees. But some of them, there's an aspiration to enhance the qualities and improve them. And it's as black and white as some are proposed and some exist.
That's correct. Yes. I mean, the GI strategy looked at, the routes as a whole. It wasn't principally related just to development. So it was looking at, that whole strategy of ensuring green infrastructure links across the borough. So it was to look and identify, as you say, the areas where the improvements could be made to the proposed links, and then linking in with the existing network. So that's what the mapping intends to show.
And so when we come back to the policy, is it right to say that ENV4, well, let me just take ENV3 to start with. The ENV3 only relates to existing, I think, corridors. I think that was clarified through a modification. So ENV3 Part B, Part 1, I think you've added the word existing to that in a modification.
Yes, I think we did, sir. Yes, I'm just trying to find it myself, but I believe we did, sir. Yes.
So that would be a protection policy for the things that are shown as an existing corridor.
It would, okay. Yes. Yeah.
As would Part A of ENV4.
Yes.
It would be.
Yes, it would. Yes.
That only refers to existing. So then.
Yes, Part A refers to existing, and Part B to proposed. Yes.
Right. Okay. We'll come on to propose in a minute. So the Part A, the purpose of this is that these existing corridors have their qualities, and that this is essentially anything that would be alongside one. These are not corridors that cross development sites, because if they did, they'd be shown as proposed. No, they wouldn't, because part of the Skirningham one is existing.
Not necessarily, so there could be existing routes existing corridors that already exist across those sites.
Yeah, okay.
Which anyway, we would then obviously seek to be incorporated into the layout and design of the development, hence why we have Part A to ensure that.
Okay. But equally, they could be not on an allocation, they could just be through an existing built-up area or a rural area, and if someone wanted to do some development in the corridor, that policy would apply, and it would be about not compromising its sort of function as a corridor. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes.
Yeah, understood. I mean, I don't think we need the buffer in the corridor, because I think I'll ask you to change that. But if you did, is the comma in the right place in Part A? It says all new development within comma, or immediately adjacent to, comma, the buffer. So it implies that this policy only applies to development in or adjacent to the buffer. I don't think that's right, is it?
No, I guess I think, yeah, it's referring to the fact that the buffer would be the edge of the corridor, I suppose. But yes, I see what you say. So I think, yeah, we'd have to clarify that wording, yes.
But if I were to say, well, don't just define these as corridors, and whether they're 30 metres wide and 50 metres wide is justified, well, we can talk about that. The views are about that. But assuming they are, it's right to plot them as 30 metres and 15 minutes. This policy would then read all new development within the existing strategic or local
corridor
will through good design. But it would also say all new development within or immediately adjacent to the existing corridor.
It would, yes, yeah.
So it'd be within the 30 metres, or if relevant,
immediately adjacent, yes, yeah.
But how you apply that would depend exactly, in actual fact, on the actual bit of the corridor and how actually wide it was in terms of the value of it. So even though it's shown as a 30-metre line on a map, the actual, in reality, when you looked at it on the ground, well, the actual corridor is only 20 metres here. And therefore, it doesn't matter if something's outside that area. It's just how the policy would be applied. I mean, the 30-metre line is indicative, really, isn't it?
It is, yes, yeah. It's just to give, as a general sort of indicative rule of thumb, that would be the size of that nature of a corridor. But as you say, the site specifics on the ground may vary from corridor to corridor, so they would have to be considered, on an individual basis.
So then we get on to part B of ENV4, and this is where they're shown as proposed, and this is where there is actually then a kind of a positive requirement on something to be created, on a development site.
Yes.
Yeah, so we take the example of Skirningham, the risk of inviting comments about that shows the proposed corridor, and that would be something that the developer will be expected to contribute towards actually creating and enhancing its function.
It would say, yes, yeah.
Right. So let's just But on the way that it's written and the way that they would be defined if they were fixed 30 metres and 15 metres, the way that part B of ENV4 is written, it would imply that you would incorporate the full 30-metre width into the site layout, wouldn't it?
It would say, yes, yeah.
That may or may not be appropriate, depending on its character in that particular part.
Yes, yeah. As we say, it could vary depending on the specific character of that individual corridor.
And equally, part A, the 30 metre and 15 would only be an indicative. I mean, in reality, if a development proposed close to or within these corridors, you'd look at whether it would compromise the function of the corridor or not in practice, wouldn't you?
Yeah, principally it would be what effect it would have on that function of that corridor, yes.
Right, okay. I think it does need a bit of a clarification somewhere along the line. I mean, I think though what we'll do, unless there's any other comments you want to make. I mean, you deliberately didn't show them. Well, you didn't show them on the policies map to start with. Was there a reason for that?
I think it's just we felt that reference to them in the green infrastructure strategy was sufficient. Obviously conscious of clutter on the policies map as principally as much as anything. Obviously I think you made reference to it earlier, so that obviously it puts a lot more additional lines onto the policies map. I mean, we're content for them to be shown on the policies map, but it was principally for a presentational point of view rather than any other reason.
It's just, I mean, the regs are fairly clear in the NPPF PPG that the purpose of the policy map is to show the geographical expression of the policy. So that's what it ought to do. I mean, how you do it effectively, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've got a paper copy. There's online versions. I don't know whether they're interactive or in the sense you could add layers and things, or whether it's just a PDF. I don't know, but
it is our intention to have an online map that would show the layers where you can, select the relevant layers. So they would be clearly more able to be viewed on that in that format rather than a paper format. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not saying, I think it is legible. It's the colours are slightly difficult, and sometimes when there's a lot of overlaying layers, it is.
Yes, yeah.
But I think it's probably possible to discern it, and if you want to check, presumably council will provide some advice. I mean, going back to what was submitted, I think there would be some difficulties in I mean, I like the plan really needs to be self-contained. It shouldn't have to rely on looking at other documents like the Green Infrastructure Network plan. So if we just relied on figure 9.1 in the published plan, I think it would be quite difficult for people to work out.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Whether their site was crossed by a green corridor or not. So I don't think that it would be a satisfactory way. So I don't think my preference is that something is shown on the policies map.
Yes.
I suppose another way of, rather than having fixed widths, it would be to have, more like an historic route is shown.
There's a line.
You've not tried to define an historic route in terms of its width. It that may get round this issue of 15 and 30 being indicative. I think that I can't see that there's necessarily a clear distinction between what becomes local and what becomes strategic. And actually, the policy is no different. So the only difference is you've somewhat arbitrarily decided some should be shown as 15 and some should be shown as 30. So perhaps the way around this would be something to have them shown as sort of in the way that a lot of other corridor routes have kind of shown through dashed or dotted or different coloured lines, whether that would be a way forward, leaving aside the practicalities of it.
Yes.
Someone with a design skill to deal with. You'd have to think about how to express the policy, but it should be possible to have a sort of a slightly more flexible policy that talks about recognising that's the corridor.
Yes.
But the approach is to look at the particular qualities of it in any particular location and ensure that development either protects those because they exist or creates them because they need to be created. Could that sound a sort of potentially?
That sounds a possible, plausible approach. Yes, that we'd be happy to look into further. Yes.
So you wouldn't necessarily have to talk about corridors and buffers. It would call the corridor is shown indicatively, and then the definition of how development may affect it would come down to a judgment of relevant criteria in any particular location. Right. Okay.
Yes,
Sometimes it helps to talk through these things. Right.
No,
anything you wish to say about that, the corridors and the policy relating to them before I open it up?
No, thank you, sir. No.
Okay. Right. Right. I know some railway homes particularly raised some issues about this, so I'll get a contribution from them shortly. But Mr. Clark had his hand raised. I think he's.
Yes, thank you, sir. The 50/30 metre corridor would be a floodplain through H10. And if there was a protection, sir, would that include it protected against any future roads going across there?
Okay, well, noted. I'll see if the council wishes to respond to that.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Right, Judith Murray.
Hi, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. I don't know whether it's the right time to mention this, but it's just like a general comment about policy ENV3 as a whole. Well, basically, and I hate to mention policy H10, but policy H10 makes no reference at all to policy ENV3. And given that ENV3 is there to protect and improve the local landscape character, would it actually be worthwhile mentioning it within policy H10 as well? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'll get the council to respond to that. The issue of cross-referencing is always a slightly tricky one because once you start, it's difficult to know where to stop. But I take the point.
I appreciate that, sir. It's just that they seem to have mentioned other ENV policies and not that one. That's why I was just asking the question. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you. That's helpful. Richard Cohen.
Sorry, sir, having difficulty switching on the microphone there.
Okay.
Just from the discussion, sir, am I to understand now that development could actually take place within a such a corridor? It just seems I can understand adjacent to, but to say it could take place within seems to defeat the purpose of the proposal.
Yeah, understood. I mean, I suppose some small scale development may be possible. I mean, but the point would any development within the corridor would have to retain all the functions of the corridor, or the proposed functions of the corridor, I suppose, would be the way the policy would have to be expressed.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it is proposed for development within the corridor, whether there should be some separate wording in respect to that. It just raised alarm bells with me when I heard the conversation going just now, sir.
Yeah, okay. Right. Mr. Hall, do you want anything to add in based on what Bellway, the representation from Bellway Homes? I think.
So I think we make a number of points in our statement. I don't, but I'm always aware you don't really want us to repeat them, but I could give you very quick.
No, it's more about the conversation I just had with Mr. Usher, and if the plan were changed so that one, you didn't have these fixed 15 and 30 metre lines drawn on a policies map, but you had the corridors identified through a series of blobs, you know, like say the historic routes are shown.
Yes.
So there wasn't kind of like this concept of you've got a corridor with a 30 metre buffer. So that would address the issue, one of the issues I think you raised, which was, well, they're not fixed widths, they vary. And then the policy then would be about recognising that corridor exists and working out at any particular point, if development is to take place close to it or it crosses a development site, what the criteria are that development would need to take account of to retain the core functions or to create the core functions of that corridor. That would seem to be the
yes.
sort of aim of. That
appears to address our main concern, which was around the. Well, as you know, it's never perfect, is it? So that you can't set a particular measurement for each site. Really, it varies. It's not that we have a problem with corridors per se. It's, you know, a magic 30 or 15 metres may not be appropriate on Great Burden or any other site. I mean, I've got linear parks and all sorts of corridors at the moment, you know, and they bulge out in one place and they're a bit narrower somewhere else, and that could be to do with some other constraint, or we've got overhead pylons or whatever. And then I think we just made the secondary point that, you know, something so prescriptive, is that really backed up by evidence? But I'm confident you've probed it in quite a lot of detail. So we are interested, but I think it's going in the direction we'd hoped.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think it was your points, you know, that prompted me to sort of start scratching my fingers for these in detail and think about how would this actually work in practice.
Indeed, and it's a master plan process and then a development management process that follows, and that's when you would naturally vary it and tweak it. Yeah. You know, it might be wider in some places and narrower in others, so it's for the benefit of other participants and not necessarily a negative.
Yeah. And to the extent that they're shown, to the extent that they cross allocated sites, the way that they should be dealt with ought to be clear within the allocation statement for that site. So in effect, you shouldn't then have to go back and look at ENV4 and what it says, because it should be reflected properly. You know, I mean, ENV4 may provide some further detail, but it shouldn't suddenly introduce a new requirement that isn't reflected in the allocation statement, I wouldn't have thought. The master plan should pick it up, shouldn't it, in the way that it's
agreed. Yeah, I mean, it's worth just adding, we've had this in a couple of local plans adopted recently in the region, and what happens a few years down the line is another officer joins or gets involved and says, well, look, you've just got to have this corridor across the middle of your site, and we're saying, well, no, it's allocated, it's master planned, you know, here's all the other areas, etc. So it is good. What you're saying should help, should clarify.
Okay.
But I presume this would then be a modification we would be able to comment on anyway. Is that where we're heading? Yeah.
Well, I think so. I think it needs modifying. I think that as presented, it's a bit confusing and a bit inflexible in the sense of the rigid fixed widths of 15 and 30. The ambiguity that whether they are the corridor or whether they're the corridor plus the buffer or whether the buffer's additional to those or not is all partly confusing. And then the practicalities, how you actually apply it in any particular location, because it wouldn't reflect the reality on the ground or indeed the reality of something you wanted to create on the ground. So,
yes, I mean, it's worth saying, sorry, I was just going to say the reality at Great Burden is there's a lot of green space and there is a corridor along the river and the hill is not to be developed. So there's lots, and you know, around the monument. It's not that we're trying to under provide or anything. It's just that would be an additional burden, wouldn't it? Or burden being ironic given the name, but
additional Great Burden.
Whereas, you know, on where we happen to have an area that might be developable, factoring in all the rest. But yeah, I'm happy with that discussion, sir. I was
okay.
As I say, I'm conscious of not just reading out statements. So.
No, I wasn't invited. Sorry, I was just seeing if you wanted to respond to what.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on the green corridors? If not, I'll just pick up on the historic routes. So again, sorry to create you mapping problems, but these weren't shown. They were listed, and they could be found, no doubt, in another document. But they would now be shown. They are now shown on the revised policies map, and the policy relating to those is fairly clear. I suppose they're all part of the strategic green local green corridors as well, aren't they?
Yes, I believe they are, sir. Yes, yeah.
Okay, but there's a slightly different. Well, I mean, there is a different policy that relates, but again, whether they could have been picked up under the same, because anyway, there is a different policy. So if insofar as there was a historic route shown as part of a green corridor, there'd be an extra thing to think about just to see to reflect that, and that just reflects its. Yeah, okay. I don't think I've got anything further on that one. Right, we ought to deal now with local green space. I think. Oh no, sorry, we've got loss of existing open space, haven't we? We'll just deal with that. Yeah, so policy ENV4 has been modified quite substantially, I think, to do with the approach to protecting existing open space. And open space is defined in the plan, and then we've got into this mapping issue again here, haven't we? That some of them open spaces would be shown on the policy map, but some wouldn't. But all of the different types and the criteria which would define an open space would be defined in the policy in essence. So the ones that we've talked about, things like the rural gaps, green wedges, parklands, would be shown in the policy map, but the ones that wouldn't be would include formal playing pitches, formal parks, cemeteries, civic spaces, informal playing, amenity areas, internationally and nationally designated sites, woodlands. So they wouldn't be shown on the policies map, but it would be clear if you came across one of these, either because the way that the policy in V4 is written and what it says needs to be protected, so it protects woodlands or trees, and they could be also identified by other means. For example, I don't know, internationally designated sites, clearly statutorily defined. Right, okay. Different plans take different approaches on this. Anything you want to add, Mr. Usher?
No, I don't think there is, sir. Thank you. No.
In terms of part G of ENV4, you've got a list of 1, 2, and 3. Are they or and? Is it clear?
One or more of the following criteria are met. Yeah, in the last sentence of the first paragraph.
Okay.
I think the intention through the modification. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you only need to meet one of them.
Yes, that's what it's saying, sir. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right. Well, I didn't actually identify any issues there, I don't think. I mean, in terms of the loss of playing fields, obviously NPPF has a very specific policy about that. The modification you've proposed that's what you've double checked it against, is it?
It is, yes. It was in light of a representation that was made by Sport England at the Regulation 19 stage. I think it was slightly unclear why it was separating out. I think Part 3 sort of separated out playing fields, but some of the tests in relation to playing fields are actually Parts 1 and 2. So I think the intention was to just make it clearer that it would apply as a whole, rather than just specifically those requirements to playing fields in Part 3.
Okay. So this approach, which is basically the NPPF approach to playing fields, would be applied to all of the other sorts of open space. Is that right?
Yes, I think it would. Just clarifying.
So NPPF 97 talks about existing open space, sports and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields, should not be built on unless. So, but it's intended to reflect that.
It is, yeah. So it doesn't separate out. That's correct. Yes, I'm just reading it myself now. We'd sort of distinguish playing fields from the other types where NPPF covers them all as one and the same. So it's just to ensure that consistency. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I've got a couple of comments. I know that were made in statements. I don't think there's anything there that I want to follow up. But is there anything else that anybody wishes to comment about that ENV4 and the loss of existing open space? We haven't already dealt with. No. Okay. I'll come on to open space provision in a minute, but I'm going to deal with local green space first, and then we'll come back to open space provision, because it's local green spaces. Again, it's a type of existing open space that or exists, and it's got a certain protection, which is based on national policy, which was introduced in the NPPF a few years ago. So, and there is a sort of set of criteria that are expected to be applied. And I've read the council's local green space designation report. I've had a look at that, and it seems to have applied those criteria. You carried out an exercise by which you, well, you tell me. I mean, I think you invited suggestions to be put forward as local green space, and you received quite a number. Some, and you assessed some as being meeting the criteria in the NPPF, and others that you didn't feel it did, and that ended up with a result of, I think there's 10 that are listed in table 9.1. And that they were shown on the policies map and protected by policy ENV6, which you would propose a modification to, just to ensure it's consistent with national policy, which gives quite a strong protection to what's designated as local green space. So I don't think there are any objections to any of the areas of local green space defined in the plan. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Not as far as I'm aware. No,
no, it's unusual. But some of them council or parish council owned or publicly owned, or is that why, or is it just?
It's a mixture. I mean, I think quite a few are. Just looking, the majority are council owned. Murraybank Community Woodland. I'm not sure about that one. That's obviously that was another bit like there was a Tees Forest.
Yeah, okay,
one a bit similar to the one we had at Skirningham there, so I'm not sure what happened with the ownership of that one when yeah, but it's quite a well-established area, that. So yeah, and other than that, I think one of them's, or a couple of them are possibly Middleton St George Parish Council owned as well.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. I was just out of curiosity, really. So anyway, they're all there, and I can understand how they, you've gone through and you've conducted the exercise and you've demonstrated how each meets the criteria. So that's fine. I don't really have any queries about any of those. I suppose there is an issue about whether, well, I suppose there's other ones put forward by the Middleton St George Parish Council in its submission neighbourhood plan, but I think the plan, your plan is clear that so long as it's it's in general conformity with the strategic policies in your plan, it's free for neighbourhood plans to designate additional areas of local green space. But obviously, it would be a conflict if a neighbourhood plan sought to designate one of your housing allocations that would be as a strategic part of your plan as local green space. But in other circumstances, they're free to designate as local green space additional areas. So there's, and I'm aware that Middleton St George may wish to comment in a minute, but I don't propose to go through and sort of ask you to justify why each of the other ones in that draft neighbourhood plan are not included. So.
We did have a similar situation in relation to the Low Connerscliff neighbourhood plan as well, that some of the larger sites such as Merrybent, Woodland, that they passed our assessment test. The neighbourhood plan for Low Connerscliff, though, did have a number of much smaller areas that they justified through their own neighbourhood plan process. So but we looked more at the wider role that those local green spaces play.
And there's no need for you to duplicate the designation if it's in a neighbourhood plan.
No, it will be part of the development plan regardless of which document it was in, if you like.
Unless you were proposing a policy that intended to supersede it because you wanted to designate it for some of the specific vulnerability or something. Okay, right. I think Judith Murray made a point about a potential get-out clause in paragraph 9.5.6. I didn't read it like that, but let's just look what it says, just to pick up the point. Yeah, I suppose that's the point. If you create a new area of open space within a development site, potentially that could come forward as green space, but you can't prejudge that. It may meet criteria or not, depending on how what's actually delivered in the end. So is that point?
Absolutely, yes. And I think there's a number of the sites that have been dismissed, for want of a better word, where we've almost indicated that, well, look, once we've been through appropriate master planning exercises and established where those important green spaces are within the new communities, if you like, then we'd be happy to consider those at future reviews. So I think that's what 9.5.6 was trying to clarify, that that there could be new areas created and designated in future reviews.
To anticipate possibly what Judith Murray may say, but the Springfield Park, which has been mentioned a couple of times previously, I think it was suggested that was included as a local green space in an earlier version of the plan.
It was the other way around, sir, that it was suggested that it wasn't because it formed part of the Skirningham master plan area, and while we were still working on so now obviously the master plan area was amended, and therefore we reassessed that site, and obviously it then produce different results from the assessment methodology that we've got.
Sorry, I'm confusing myself and confusing you. Yes, it's now shown as local green space, of course. So okay, right. I don't think I've got any other questions. I mean, we'll see if Mr. Green wants to say anything about further about Blackwell Grange, but obviously I don't want to really get into assessments of sites that are not shown in the plan as local green space. My primary concern is to consider whether those that are shown as local green space are justified, not whether other ones could be, because that's not part of the plan. But anyway, Judith Murray, sorry to misrepresent what you had said to me, but anything further you want to say? Judith,
yes, thank you, sir. I'll just take my camera off. With regard to paragraph 9.5.6, perhaps it is the way that I have read it, but can the council just clarify for certainty then that 9.5.6 does not mean that when they review the planning application process and the layout of proposed developments, that the existing local green space designations will not be removed? Obviously, there is the concern over Springfield Park, because it wasn't originally designated as a local green space because of the Skirningham master plan. And we now know from discussions last week that the Skirningham master plan may change given what happens with the golf club or other issues. So it's just to get that certainty with regards to what the local green space designation for Springfield Park will actually mean.
Okay, they can respond to that, yeah. Okay. I mean, in the sense that the master plan could change, one of the things I think that needs to be clear in this plan is that there's if you're going to have a Skirningham allocation, and policy H10 needs to be very clear about what it requires. So there's no ambiguity about then that and therefore any master plan can only be prepared within that clear framework. And that should be clear about important things like, green space, shouldn't be any ambiguity about that. Okay, right. I don't want to get too involved in Skirningham or the Springfield Park. It is a local green space, and the council can respond back briefly in a minute if it just wants to confirm about the sort of the permanence of these designations. But was Mr. Clark, did you want anything briefly to say on that? Your hand's gone down. Okay, right. Yeah, Mr. Clark, sorry.
Oh, sorry, sir. Yeah, I won't mention Springfield Park. There's 3 community woodlands in the town, sir, and we feel like 2's getting looked at and 1's getting, potentially developed. And I just wondered what the difference is between the 3, if the council could maybe make that a little bit more clear. Okay, you're not objecting to the community woodlands that are listed in table 9.1 as being local green space? Not at all, sir. Oh, no. Okay. All right. If the council, well, they've passed the local green space test. The assessment was done, so I guess. Mr. Green.
Well, thank you, sir. It's a question really for Mr. Nelson. It was to know where we've actually reached with our submission for the local green space, and there's just a little bit of confusion with the process. We had a notice on the web page. It said that a supporting submission for Blackwell Parkland had been made, and this will be assessed prior to the hearings. So there was that question. And then you said, sir, that it was not your role to make any decision about a specific allocation. And that's a little bit confusing for me, in that our chief executive, when we asked him the process, he said perhaps the inspector will be making some recommendation. So obviously it's not your role, sir, to make that recommendation. But earlier on, we talked about protection of the Blackwell Parkland, and we've got a wildlife. We've got a wildlife site. We've got the green wedge, and do we need any more? And I would be saying that the local green, the green wedge, and the local wildlife site is something that can change. Mr. Usher this morning indicated that the green wedge is something that could be reviewed and could change. And certainly with the wildlife site, we've seen that site 403, that was the wildlife site, the hatching was removed. And I'll be talking about that in biodiversity and what happened. But with the local green space, even though it's local by name, it's national, as you've said earlier. So therefore, we will be looking for safeguarding for future generations. And if we were safeguarding this beautiful area for future generations, then we would be saying that the local green space, being a national system, is a very strong way of doing that. And if policy changed locally, say with wildlife sites or with green wedge, then we'd be battling locally. But if it changed nationally, then we'd be with the nation. If we've got something that's being recorded and designated that's national. So basically, I'd like to know what the process is. We know that our timing, sir, is late, and there's a reason for that. Our submission didn't go in until August 2020, and that's because we've been part of this democratic process that we're actually saying works. So we need to say today that the local plan consultation process in Darlington to this day has worked, that we've been listened to, that we've seen sites change, we've seen Blackwell site change, we've had meetings, we've lobbied, we've been to cabinet, we've been to full council, and we've seen the process. And at this point in time, it seems to have stalled a little bit, that we don't quite know what the process is. We meet all the criteria in the NPPF. We've put the submission document in. It's a massive document. It's here. We've sent it electronically as well. The leader of our council has a copy, and who is supportive about protecting the Blackwell parkland. All cabinet members have got a copy. The member who holds the portfolio for covering green spaces has a copy. Everyone's got a copy. Mr. Nelson's got a copy. And we've just reached the point of saying, what is the process? Who makes the decision? Is it just one person in the department? Does it go to planning? Does it go to cabinet? As we meet all the criteria, our question would be, what is the hesitancy? If it's time, because we couldn't get it in on time, because of all that process, then I would be saying, well, there is flexibility. There's flexibility in the national planning policy framework to say that plans can be flexible to look at changing needs, and I would say that that's a changing need. And also in the policy, the local policy, the authorities policy, then there is an opportunity once they know there is an extant planning permission, or once something's taken off designation, which the parkland was, then there's an opportunity for the authority to be flexible. So basically, what is the process? Where are we? And the supporting submission that was made will be assessed prior to the hearing. How, who, and when. Thank you.
Yeah, understood fully. I'll just say a few words in response to that, and I'll let the council. First of all, local green space is a local designation. There's a national policy that sets the framework for what the criteria are, but it's entirely up to the local planning authority to decide if it wishes to designate, and the process is you do that through your local plan. So that's the process, or it's done through a neighbourhood plan. That's the other potential process. So in this instance, and my role is to examine the plan that the local planning authority has been prepared and submitted. It prepared and submitted a plan, and it doesn't designate Blackwell Grange as local green space. You may think that was right or wrong or whatever, but that's the fact of the matter. So whatever is so I can only recommend changes to the plan if they're necessary to make the plan sound. So if I think that the plan is sound in relation to the land at Blackwell Grange, the mix of policies that apply to it, subject to any sort of modifications I make to those, it isn't my role to say, well, also the plan must be modified to designate it as local green space. I could come to the view, I suppose, that the plan isn't effective in protecting the Blackwell Grange area outside the housing allocation. If I thought the housing allocation was justified, I could decide, well, the Green Wedge, the local wildlife site, and the urban parkland isn't effective, and it won't necessarily protect it. And I think that the only way, well, I could then say to the council, I still don't think it's effective. What's your solution? And they may say, well, OK, what about if we designate it as local green space? And I could say, well, OK, I may agree with that or not. So in essence, that's because of where we've got to in the point that the plan was prepared and submitted. It doesn't show it as local green space. It could only become that in certain circumstances. The other process would be, well, the local authority can review its plan. It needs to review its plan and it can update its plan. So it's free to do that through a future process. So that's the position in terms of what my role is. It isn't local green space in the plan, but I've got to judge whether that is justified. And and I've heard a lot of talk about the Blackwell Grange and the nature of the land and what needs to be protected. So that may answer your question. I'll see if the council wishes to add anything, and then if you've got any further comment, you can maybe come back. So, Mr. Nelson, is there anything you want to say about local green space, either about in response to what Judith Murray, David Clark, or Michael Green have said?
Yeah, if I could please, just to come back on Springfield Park there. Obviously, that if that does end up part of the designated plan, then it's in there. The policy we've suggested a modification to ensure that it's consistent with national policy in relation to Greenbelt. So it's not something that we're looking to take in, put out, if things change. Obviously there's wider considerations for the master plan development, but as a Springfield Park isn't in that master plan area now, so I think we've been clear on that. In relation to Skirning and Woodland and why that one wasn't included and why the others were, we did have one of the assessment criteria was essentially does the proposed site form part of a wider development interest, if you like, because I think national policy is clear that local green space designation shouldn't be used as a mechanism for potentially blocking development. So, I mean, you can probably see in the specific recommendation for Skirningham Woodland there that we've said, well, look, we will consider it, and I think you referred to this in future reviews, that once almost the master plan parameters are set and once we know what areas they are, then yeah, it's something we're more than willing to consider in the future. But whilst master planning processes are still underway, it would seem overly tying, if you like, to start identifying local green space areas that, you know, may expand, may, you know, alter locations slightly. So so yeah, that's why, I mean, obviously the Merrybent Woodland one, for example, which I know was created at a similar time, yeah, that one was much easier to define, if you like. So okay, yeah. In relation to Blackwell, Mr. Green's alluded to, it did come in extremely late in the process, that submission. We had started that process in 2018, and there's been numerous rounds, including one specific consultation asking people to submit suitable sites. We then had draft plan stage, where again it invited further sites, because that was the first time we had some on there. I know we did get, there was some confusion amongst members of the public that they almost thought it was up to the council to suggest those sites, and you know, we explained it wasn't, that came primarily from the community. So yeah, it came very late in the process. But we have done the assessment of the site, and I mean, really for us it's resulted in us, you know, even had it coming in time, if you like, we wouldn't have recommended it for designation, primarily because assessment 2 relates to what existing protective designations are there, and I think we've already talked at some length today about the number that we've got a green wedge designation, a local wildlife site designation on there, and the parkland designation, that even if, you know, the boundaries altered to omit 403, we've you know, we have talked about, you know, its wider role as part of the original sort of parkland site of associated with Blackwell Grange there.
So sorry, if I'm looking at the NPPF paragraph 100, the three necessary criteria, the reasonably close proximity to the community it serves, demonstrably special to a local community, holds particular local significance, for example, because of beauty, historic significance, recreational value, tranquility, or richness of its wildlife, and local in character, not an extensive tract of land. Are you saying it meets those criteria, but it doesn't meet the PPG sort of, when it's just whether you consider whether it's adequately protected by other policies? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's the PPG where there's that element, and also I think the further clarification on it linking to areas that are already of interest for potential development. I'm afraid I don't know exactly which bit of the MPPG, but I'm sure it is in there.
Okay, well, I mean, irrespective of whether it meets the criteria or not, the first thing I've got to consider is whether the plan as submitted is sound in respect to the way that that land is designated. I've suggested some modifications to it in terms of the green wedge and the parkland, but obviously I could review that further. Okay, well, but I mean, in terms of the policy objective of keeping it essentially open, other than the housing allocation, I don't think you've got a disagreement, have you?
No, not at all. And obviously, yeah, we've got statements to that effect in the site statement associated with site 403 there. So yeah, and it's something, you know, say 5 years time, plan review time, that development may or may not be well underway. We obviously hope it will, but that'll depend on your recommendations. And yeah, obviously part of that is restoring the parkland, getting, you know, public access, and yeah, it may well be then that a submission can be made at that time that, you know, fully meets all the criteria. So
at the moment, that you'd say that the plan has effective policies to protect the openness and the character, and indeed enhance the character of the parkland, and that's where we're at the moment. There's no question during this plan that would that would not be effective, and that if, when, you know, that proposal been implemented, and then the land has got a public access and it's got, you know, a slightly different character enhanced in relation to its historic value and significance, you could potentially look at that again then if necessary, but there's no need to do it.
Not at this stage, no.
Okay, right. Okay, that's clear enough. So first, I don't want to prolong this any further, really, Mr. Green. I understand, you know, the different perspectives on it, but is there any final thing you just want to say about that in terms of the Blackwell Grange? Then I've got a couple of other contributors.
Yep, thank you, sir. Yes, simply to say that in 5 years' time, the point that Mr. Nelson raised about it already being covered will remain. So it seems doubtful whether the submission would be successful. But my question also was concerning the actual process, and whether I take that up with the authority out of this discussion or what, I don't know. But it's just
yes, you may wish to do that, but that's outside my role. My role is to consider whether the plan is sound, and if not, I'd ask the council how it needs to be modified. So I will still consider that, and if I consider that the designations on this land are not appropriate, I'll ask the council to consider how they could be changed.
Final point to say that one of our other urban parklands that's marked on the policy map, North Lodge, also is a local green space. So there is a precedent within the town and within the borough for that.
So there's no reason why an urban parkland can't be designated also as local green space. Yeah, yeah, understood. And I wouldn't disagree with that at all. So, thank you. Right, Mr. Cohen.
So going back to Judith Murray's point, I just wonder whether that paragraph in the plan could be amended. The NPPF says local green spaces have greenbelt status, so they can only therefore be developed in very special circumstances or removed in exceptional circumstances. And I wonder if a reference to that could be made.
Okay, thank you. Right, and I think any final comments on? Oh, Mr. Clark.
Extremely quick one, sir. Mr. Nelson mentioned about the review. Our local plans 2016 to 2036. So if it was adopted at some point, would the review be quite quick? Or do we have to wait 5 years from the date it gets adopted?
Okay, right. Any other points or comments about local green space before we move on? Right. In terms of policies ENV7 and ENV8, I don't think I'm going to put any statement in responding to these. There are some proposed modifications. Am I frozen out?
Okay. I can hear you fine.
So you can hear me fine. Mr. Clark, can you turn your camera off? Yeah. I've got Mr. Clark frozen on my screen. I don't know if that's.
Sir, my camera's switched off, sir.
Yeah, a slight problem with my. Well, I'll tell you what. I think I'm going to have to leave and rejoin here actually, because it's not working satisfactorily. So if you could just adjourn for 3 minutes, I'll resume it. Yeah, in 2 or 3 minutes time. Okay, apologies for that. We will resume. So policies ENV7 and ENV8 and the designations that are associated with those are the subject of this. As I asked some preliminary questions seeking clarification, ENV7 and ENV8, well, together are quite lengthy, and they, well, they're very lengthy, and they cover, well, slightly different ground, but they overlap to some degree. Anyway, leaving that aside, I've read through them and I think about them, and there's obviously NPPF paragraphs 175 to 177 that also provide policy and that will be relevant to development proposals on this. So there is quite a lot of policy for a decision maker to take account of, but the council are satisfied that it is consistent with national policy. I don't think I've got any further questions. I will have a final check, and if there's anything I think needs clarifying, I'd let you know, but I don't think there is. Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Usher, in terms of, you proposed modifications, you've explained that the different roles of the two different policies in terms of sort of strategic and development management. Anything further you want to add?
No, nothing further to add to our written statement, sir, which, as you say, sets out, the approach to the two policies.
Okay. Right. Okay. Any comments that people wish to make about those ENV7, ENV8, consistency with national policy or other soundness tests, and the way that they applied to particular areas? Okay. So, Councillor Snedker, please.
Yes, thank you. We noted your points about whether the large policies overlapping caused any confusion, and we were worried that if the policies weren't particularly well written, that they could then become less workable and less protective. And we wondered whether maybe some sort of flow chart, if that would be acceptable in a plan, or some way of using those policies that in order to create an easy to understand way of seeing how these two policies, overlapping policies, would work. So defining the process of assessment of biodiversity and geodiversity, and how that might differ from one site to another, and then stating the conditions that would have to be met in terms of avoidance, mitigation or compensation, if development were to be decided to be permissible, or conversely, the conditions that would state where development would be refused. So we thought that then there would be a specific actions that would be expected in relation to any green corridors or rural areas that abutted these sites. So we just felt that maybe it would help the plan be more usable and more robust if a series of maybe a flow chart or a criteria by way these two policies would interact to form a decision.
Well, interesting suggestion, but I mean, it isn't part of the plan. I would expect the policies to be, understandable in their own terms. I do. I mean, right from the start, I looked at them and I read them and I thought they're rather lengthy and they're rather overlapping, and you've got a lot of words in the NPPF as well. But I haven't identified any particular inconsistencies, and the council has proposed some modifications to improve the clarity in the way that they're set out and the requirements. For example, in terms of some of the things in ENV7, it's clarified, what's expected of developers in relation to some of those things. Anyway, I get the point. You could have done it differently, and it may have been clearer done in another way, but that's not quite the test. It's not my role to improve the plan. It's just to see if it fails a soundness test.
Fair enough.
How it needs to be.
Fair enough.
Otherwise, I'd be here forever if I was trying to get a plan to be improved or to perfection. Anyway, Joe Ellis, please.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up on what Councillor Snedker has said, I think that's very true. I've just got one additional point to make, and it's with regard to ENV7 items A to E. Now, the policy states within the areas listed below, specific actions will be taken as follows. Now, points A to C under that refer to specific areas. So the River Tees and Skern strategic corridors and the rural area. Items D and E relate to specific designated sites, and go back to the mechanism of determining whether development will have an adverse effect, whether it should be permitted. So they rather deal with two different things there. Now, with regard to items A to C, I think the question I would have is, when it says specific actions will be taken as follows, who is to be? Does that
interrupt you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt there? There's a modification to that, because that was one of the things I think I thought was unclear, and there is a modification to that sentence.
Right. Oh,
that list now would it's difficult because the paragraphs aren't numbered, but the sentence that you've just referred to about specific actions would now read: development proposals located within the areas or buffer zones listed below are encouraged where relevant to support the achievement of these specific actions. So it's putting a requirement on a developer to do those things.
Ah, fair enough. Thank you, sir. But I think, yeah, that's great. And that kind of answers the first question. The second question that I would have with regard to that is there not a slight kind of confusion in between, insofar as you've got an item about about whether a development should be permitted, and then you've got an item about the kind of actions that a developer will be expected to achieve within certain areas, and then you've got another item about whether development can be mitigated and should be permitted. So there's a certain kind of confusion about the ordering and about the kind of grouping of items within that policy.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Whether it makes it unsound is another matter, I think, is what I was scratching my head about. Anyway, Richard Cohen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Obviously, the Bird Club supports these policies, but or the principle of these policies. But I am concerned, sir. So obviously, you've got the statement of Mr. Phillips also on the website. Perhaps I could just clarify: Mr. Phillips is a Darlington resident, used to be a member of the Bird Club, and he is a very experienced bird watcher. And he was somebody that I asked certain things about when I was preparing my statements, particularly in respect to the sort of birds that could be found in this area. And whilst I appreciate there's no European sites here, we couldn't prove any linkage to European sites, we are still talking about a considerable amount of land that contains farmland species, be it birds or other animals, that would be lost if all this development goes ahead. And that's going to be a significant loss to Darlington, particularly when one considers the losses that are reported, the declines in species that are reported in things like the State of Nature report. And it just concerns me on mitigation and compensation, sir. So it's all very well saying we'll put up bird boxes, we'll provide a bit of green space. But once you've lost an area for skylarks or yellow wagtails, you've lost the area for skylarks and yellow wagtails. They will not come to nest boxes and areas of green space within development. And I think this plan, especially bearing in mind the provisions of the NPPF for enhancement, protecting biodiversity, and the upcoming provisions of the Environment Bill, which I am assured will be passed in its present form for enhancing biodiversity, that we have really got to look at how we will compensate for the loss of habitat for birds, of farmland birds, which will be displaced. And one has to use the word displaced. There is no other word for it. I have also mentioned on enhancements things like swift boxes, and I do want to mention that, sir, because this is currently something that the RSPB is trying to get developers to do, and I've been writing to 2 local councils, Durham and Sunderland, in respect to trying to put swift boxes on their new county buildings. Durham was trying to be very helpful, came back and said, oh, we put some swift boxes up, sir. They were totally inappropriate for swifts. And I just want to mention that because I think it goes to my feeling of the problem with this plan is that it is being worded and it doesn't fully appreciate what is required when we're talking about mitigation and compensation. And I think those things need to be properly assessed, that we're not going to replace yellowhammers and skylarks with nest boxes for blackbirds and robins. We want something that yellowhammers and skylarks will be able to go to if they are displaced from areas like Skirningham, Coniscliffe, perhaps not so much Baverdale, but the other areas around Darlington. And we are talking about large areas here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll get the council to respond to some of these points. I mean, obviously, you've not identified particular parts of ENV7 and ENV8 that you think are not effective in those regards, but I don't want to, it's too late really to do that now. If you had done, I could have possibly followed it up. And I understand the points, but I think the council response is, well, that's what these policies are exactly intended to do. Whether you trust that they'll be effective or not is another matter. But I mean, that's the judgment I have to make. Okay, Mr. Clark, it is nearly 10 to 1. So, and we've got another item that I want to spend time on. So I don't want to spend more than about another 3 or 4 minutes on this item. So if we could be very pleased.
Very quickly,
ENV7, ENV8.
ENV7, the council's got worded that new development will be expected to return the existing woodland. Development will not be permitted that would result in the loss of the woodland unless the benefits clearly outweigh the loss and suitable replacement can be planted. And it kind of leads me on to the geodiversity. So as you know, the community woodland would get planted on the old landfill site. Sir, there was a large underground fire.
Sorry, Mr. Clark, let me interfere. Policy ENV7, you support that then, what it says about the community woodland, yeah? Policy ENV7.
Retain the woodland, sir, yeah.
Yeah, you would support that, okay.
I support that part of it, sir, yeah. So we're talking about, we're going to get biodiversity habitat replaced for the loss of the community woodland on the landfill site.
I'm not talking about Skirningham allocation or H10. I'm talking about ENV7s, which you support ENV7.
So I'll send an email to Liz, but there was an underground fire and, the local homes were nearly evacuated because of the landfill site. It's quite dangerous.
No, you can't. I'm not having any more representations of being sent in.
I'll pop an email in, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Green. Mr. Green.
Thank you, sir. This is policies ENV7 and ENV8, biodiversity. And it was to pick up from last week, really. I did have a communication with Liz and she said that should actually bring these matters to the meeting today. And it was just to clarify, we were all getting confused last week about ponds and about newts and which pond affected what. And I think the first thing to say is that had Darlington still had its ecologist full time, then we wouldn't be into this debate. But I can clarify what was said last week. Both the 403 and the parkland are designated and recorded as wildlife sites in the Tees Valley Partnership, and that's on the council webpage. It's also recorded in the sustainability appraisal CD 03. And the comment there says it's an area. This is both the former site 9, which we now have incorporated into the parkland, and 403. It's recorded as a site with high interest with regards to great crested newts, and that the authority will be strengthening and expanding known meta-populations by carrying out pond creation and management work through the Tees Valley Pondscape project. And this points again to the mitigation, partly that you've already said in your action point, and partly what we discussed last week. And also in their Appendix G on page 511 and 528, that also again is to recommend to protect and enhance the biodiversity and geodiversity. At this point in time, we don't have an ecologist in Darlington, but certainly we've had two recent surveys showing the biodiversity of the parkland and of 403. One was carried out in 2019 as part of our green space submission, showing these 48 species of trees. And a recent survey that's just been carried out in 2021, a botany survey by the Darlington and Teesdale Naturalist Field Club, listing the species of flowers, the species of insect plant galls, grasses, insect varieties, and so on. There's also evidence of badger. So what I will be asking, sir, you mentioned doing a survey, an ecological survey of Site 403. Can we have that extended to the parkland itself? The pond that we were confused about, Mr. Nelson was believing that the pond that influenced the area being a wildlife site was actually the pond on Site 10. There are 2 ponds on that site. It isn't that, sir. I know that the hatching is very difficult to follow on the plan. We've enlarged our plan here, and we can see that the pond itself just lies north of Site 403. It's about 4 lines up. That's already mentioned in the statements of significance and the statements of common ground. That's the area, one of the areas that the authority are going to actually restore. So that is the pond that's got the influence on Site 403 and also on the parkland. And so I'll be asking again for an ecological survey there, and perhaps an extension of the hatching to the north of the parkland for compensating for any loss due to Site 403. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that I'm going to move on now, but I just point out that my action point 19 is a fairly open action point, in the sense I'm asking the council to think about how the housing allocation statement for the Parkwell Grange housing allocation is effective and in terms of the approach to the ecological survey and mitigation. So, you know, the council no doubt will need to, you know, understand that, so those sort of points that you're making there in coming up with its suggestion. Once we've had the response to that action point 19, like all the other responses to the action point 19, I will then consider whether there will be, if it leads to a modification to the plan, there'll be formal consultation at some stage. I'll also consider whether there's any further discussion through a hearing such as this is needed for any of those things. So it's not the end of it. So let's wait until we get the response to AP 19 and see where that takes us in terms of the policy and the approach set out in the plan.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
thank you very much. Thank you. Right, I'm going to, is there anything that the council wishes to come back on in terms of biodiversity and geodiversity? You've heard some expressions of concern about the potential complexity, length of these policies. I share those to some degree, but I think I've come to the conclusion I'm not going to require any further work. I mean, I'll go through the notes from today and have a think about whether there's anything further, but you know, the plan that's submitted is as it is. The question isn't, well, could it have been done better? The question is does it meet the test of soundness, which is whether it's consistent with national policy, and is it effective? So I think I'll leave it there unless you've got anything further you want to say, Mr. Usher.
No, nothing to further to add, sir. Yes, we believe the policy is sound. Appreciate, yes, the wording could, you know, there's always ways it could be ordered, but, you know, overall we feel that the policy is sound. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and clearly it's specific to the borough. It's you know, referring to specific places and things that need to be addressed. So understood. Right. So before we break for lunch, I think there's just one other issue that I've not dealt with, which was the open space provision. I thought I'd leave this to the end because it's slightly different in nature. Most of the other policies that we've been talking about are protecting existing things. This is about providing open space in part of new developments, in effect. So it's policy ENV15. Sorry, ENV5, and we've had modifications proposed to that, which are fairly. No, it's not there, is it? It's these were sort of later modifications, weren't they? That came in your statement or in response to one of my supplementary.
There were, yes, there were, but I think there were some that were original, but they're all incorporated into the additional modifications schedule. Yes.
So if that's DBC7, if anyone's trying to follow this, has got a revised version of ENV5, or at least parts of it. It's too late to say it now. Sometimes I've asked councils to prepare a kind of updated version of the whole plan with the revised modified policies in before the examination hearings start. And I think I'm kind of regret I didn't do it this time, because I'm having to look at several different bits of paper to find what the policy would read like now. Anyway, leaving that aside, that's my oversight, not yours. Right. So just to understand what it is now, it's aimed at clarifying the approach to securing the provision of open space on development sites or financial contributions to make provision elsewhere. In both cases, you've sought to clarify that the provision would be to meet the additional needs generated by the development. So that was a basic point, and that was something you rectified in an earlier modification. But in so doing, it would also take account of the amount and types of open space that already exist in the area. So in effect, you could say that the additional needs generated by the development may, to some extent, or been met already by the open space that exists. So it kind of reduced the requirements. So that's the kind of starting point. So first of all, ENV5, the first paragraph applies to developments of 20 or more dwellings or 1,000 square metres for non-residential. And the provision for that would be on site. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes, yeah.
So for those developments, the starting point is it's on site because they're big enough to be able to do that. And then the second paragraph sets out the kind of the priority order. Is it a priority order? Yeah, it is a priority order, isn't it? In terms of how the space would be. Yeah.
Yes, it prioritises the types of space that we would expect to see provided. Yes, yeah.
But again, on any particular occasion, you may jump to one of the lower priorities because of what already exists elsewhere nearby in the area, for example.
That's correct. Yes, if there's sufficient existing provision of one in the area, then you would go down the tier to the next one.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Understood that. Right. So then, the last paragraph applies to developments of 11 or more dwellings or 500 square metres. This is where there's a bit of confusion. So is this for developments of between 11 and 20 dwellings? Or is this for everything over 11, of 11 or more?
It's over 11 in areas of open space deficiency.
Right. So it's additional to the first part.
Yes, yeah.
So it brings the threshold down to 11 rather than 20.
That's correct, yes, yeah.
But it's not. What's an area of open space deficiency? I thought you said that all parts of the borough probably have, well, may have surpluses of some sorts of open space and some deficiencies in other sorts of open space, because you've got quite a range of open space. Yeah.
Yes, there's a range of different types of open space. So the planning obligations SPD identifies the particular types and areas, wards in effect, where there are particularly types of deficiencies. So it would be in reference to that document, which would set out the types of space that we would be looking to be provided in those locations.
So the first part of ENV5 would apply, but also the last part, the last part for schemes over 11 would also apply. So if I was building 100 houses in a part of the borough where there was a deficiency of some sort of open space, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
I'd have to do on-site provision in accordance with the first part. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What was providing on the site would take account of what exists in the surrounding area, etc. But then, because there was a deficiency, say, of, I don't know, wildlife sites in this ward, or this part of the borough identified in the SPD, I'd also have to provide off-site provision. Would I?
That's what it says. Yes, yeah. I think, yeah. I see what you're saying. I think here. I think we may need to clarify that.
See, when I first read,
in effect,
well, sorry, is it between the 10 and 20? This last part was for.
Yeah, I think we may need to clarify that that's the case, because, as you say, you're almost double double asking, aren't we? You know, obviously the requirement has to be subject to need, so the first element applies and it should be provided on site. So yes, I think it's right that it should clarify that lower threshold only applies in the areas between 11 and 19 in effect.
10. Yeah, 10. So if you're smaller than 10, you don't have to make any provision. If you're between 10 and 20, you make a contribution to off-site because the site's too small to make a sensible provision on site. But you only do it if there's deficiency in the area, of which there's almost certain some deficiency of one of your types of open space. I'd have thought, wouldn't there?
Yes, I would have thought so. Yes,
Right. But the point is, the contribution would be used to make up for whatever the deficiency would be. Okay, I think. Well, okay, let's.
But yeah, and it would be subject. Yeah, and the contribution would be equivalent to the need generated by that development. So it wouldn't just be to pay for the overall deficiency. It would reflect the additional need, but only in those areas where there's a deficiency. Yes, yeah. On the sites of below 20.
So then that brings us, sorry, there's a modification as well. It doesn't actually clarify that it's between 10 and 20, but it goes on to refer to where the deficiency is identified, and it then refers to the sort of mechanism by which you work it out. Okay, so the modification sort of elaborates, so it doesn't change these policies really, but it just makes clearer as to how the quantities or the sums are going to be calculated through reference to an SPD. That's right, yeah?
It does, yes, yeah. It incorporates. Sorry.
Yeah, so then we look at paragraph 9.4.15. This, I think, sorry, I interrupted you, but I think this is pulling out from the SPD part of the methodology that you've used, yeah?
That's correct. Yep. So it's pulling out basically the basic formula that's set out currently in the SPD to incorporate it into that paragraph of the policy, yes.
So it has the kind of the formula, but it doesn't have the values either for the quantities of land or the amounts of money.
No, it doesn't. No,
because they could be changed.
That's correct. Yes, yeah, they'd be obviously subject to changes over time. So,
right. Okay, so. One of your responses to one of the action points is that I think it's have regard to the SPD. So this is all prefaced on those standards and costs, etc. being, it's a negotiating point, yeah. So
that's
it's not
correct,
an absolute.
Yes. No, it's a negotiating point. Yes.
Right. Okay. Right, and then you've put these out as steps, but I'm not sure they're steps because you don't go through all of these, do you, on any particular scheme? Aren't the alternatives here? I'll take me through it. If I've got a development of 100,
yeah,
I'm subject to providing on site, aren't I?
You are, sir. Yes, yeah.
So
that's in effect step one. So to work out. Yeah. Sorry, sir, you were breaking up there.
So step one applies to 20 or more dwellings, yeah?
It would apply. It would, in theory, apply to the ones in areas of open space deficiency as well to work out the quantity required. So wherever we're seeking a contribution, the first step would seek to identify the amount of additional space required that's equivalent to the additional need generated by the development. So you work out the dwelling occupancy, so the amount of, in effect, the amount of people living in the dwellings multiplied by the standard for that type of green infrastructure to give you the amount of additional space per dwelling required.
Okay.
Sorry.
If that was 100 dwelling site, that quantity would be provided on site of that type.
That's correct. Yes.
That would be the end of it then for that big development. Or that
yes. Yes.
And if it was a site of between 10 and 20, you'd then move on to step 2 because you convert the hectares into money. that right?
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So that's converting the additional space into equivalent financial contribution. Yeah.
And then step 3.
This relates just in circumstances where a quality improvement is required.
And how does that relate back to policy ENV5?
So it relates back, I suppose it's to the additional amount required. It's not just quantity, it's also quality. I don't know whether it specifically specifies that in ENV5, but it could be that there's a sufficient quantity that exists, but the quality of the overall provision isn't, the equipment, there might be a play area, but the equipment may be of substandard that it can't be used in effect. So there may be circumstances where there's a qualitative deficit rather than a quantitative deficit. So the approach for that would be.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
So yeah. So this is again these steps 2 and 3 only apply to schemes that are between 10 and 20. Is that right?
They would do so, yes, yeah.
And so it's the last part of the ENV5, and that talks about improvement to off-site open space or green infrastructure. So improvement could be quantity or it could be quality. So that's
right.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Right. Okay. It's nearly 1:10, so I haven't got any more questions. I suppose the principle then is okay. I think I understand all that, but then the issue is, it's all delegated to the SPD, because both the quantities and the costs are all there set out in the SPD, which I'm not examining. So the rests on the extent to which this is all prefaced on having regard to SPD. Yes. It's being clear. So I suppose what this clearly defines, what does the plan do then? It clearly states that if you've got 20 or more dwellings, you provide open space on site, and it prioritises the types of open space, and it makes clear that you take account of what exists in the area. Okay, and then it clarifies between 10 and 20, you make a financial contribution if there's a deficiency in the area, and that could be to improve quality or quantity. That's the essence of what this does, and then the rest is delegated to an SPD in terms of the standards and the money and all that stuff. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone want to comment? I'd really do want to break for lunch. I suppose we could pick up this afternoon if anyone wants to come back. I might have a think about it. I might have some more questions. Is there anyone here that's got a particular interest in this policy? I mean, housing developers typically do have, but I don't think there are really any objections to it. So I assume that they're all content, or have come to sleep or left. Anyone want to say anything from the development industry side? No. Okay. Well, I'll take that as tacit. I'll take that as tacit or acceptance or support for this. So, Jo Ellis, did you have a comment briefly before I end this session?
Thank you, sir. I don't want to. I'll try and be very quick. I don't want to kind of reiterate the points that I made in my statement, because one of the things that we were saying was that we don't quite understand the hierarchy that's given. It doesn't explain why in a development site context one type of open space is to be prioritised over another, especially when arguably the whole point about the green infrastructure philosophy is that open spaces should be multifunctional. I think it concerns us that parks and gardens which might arguably are the most multifunctional type of open space, are kind of lumped, aren't even mentioned in the hierarchy, and if they exist at all, are kind of lumped together with amenity open space. So that it kind of implies that while multifunctional green infrastructure may be theoretically preferred, in terms of the detail of the policy, it's not. The other point, which I know you say you're not examining the SPD, but I think it is worth pointing out that if you look at the planning obligations SPD, it doesn't have the same categorisation of open spaces as the green infrastructure strategy. And while the SPD, sorry, while the plan puts playing pictures at the bottom of the hierarchy, in the SPD, the majority of open space allocations, or per 1,000 residents, is playing pitches.
Yeah, yeah, understood. Yeah, I think that what I'm going to say on this is we've got quite a generous amount of time this afternoon for dealing with a number of policies. What I'm going to say was, if anyone, I'm going to just pick. I'm going to come back to open space policy ENV5 after lunch, because I don't feel I've quite got to the bottom of it, and I appreciate those points as well about the SPD and the priority order, and the whole issue of multifunctional. It doesn't seem to be reflected in policy ENV5 by sort of prioritising discrete types like that. So what I'm going to do now, so anyone who's participated this morning that wishes to participate this afternoon, at the risk of spoiling Liz's lunch break, you'll need to be sent an invitation. So could you well, either put your hand up now. Yeah, Mr. Longstaff. Joalice, are you down this afternoon anyway?
Yes.
So if you weren't invited to as a participant this afternoon already, but you do now wish to participate, because I'm going to discuss ENV5 a bit more, because I don't want to do it now because I'm hungry and I need a break. You can send, Liz can send you an invitation before 2 o'clock. So I've got David Clark and Stephen Longstaff, Michael Green. Okay. Joyce, you've already got an invitation, I think.
Yes, I have.
Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, thank you for your contributions this morning. It's been very helpful. We've covered a lot of ground, and you know, it's been helpful to me. So we'll finish there and we'll resume at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. Well, sorry, we'll have a separate session at 2 o'clock. Thank you.